Hey everyone, and welcome to another episode of BrobusCast. I am your host, Brobuscus. With me today is ZDogg.
Man, I'm dead.
Well, there was ZDogg. And then we have Richard.
There's an imposter among us.
Bum, 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 bum.
I bet it's ZDogg.
Yeah, gotcha. No, we're not doing this. Just because I'm living does not mean.
Get him out of here.
God,
You just said you. He just said he was dead though, and now he's alive. Nah, bullshit.
Now he's dead again.
Yep, we kicked him out. He was the imposter, actually, in case you're wondering.
Yes, I did. ZDogg was not the imposter.
Anyway, I'm back.
You're the only other one here.
Oh, fuck you guys. Screw you. Yeah, screw you guys. Sorry.
And because you said the F word, you got us demonetized. I hope you're happy.
God damn it, ZDogg. Why do you do this to us?
I'm sorry. Listen, it's frustrating. Just like freaking jank-ass hitboxes with Jason Voorhees. It's just frustrating. Oh wait, you guys don't know the context. You know me. That's good. Anyway, we're
Yeah, we're here to talk about Peak.
This episode is already off the rails. God damn it.
welcome.
All right. Well, Richard's not allowed to talk ever again. Yes, as he did say, we got Peak. We're gonna talk about Peak. And what are we? What Peak are we talking about today? Oh, you know, just a little bit of Bowser versus Eggman.
Yeah.
And the award for the most Peak episode goes to Bowser versus Eggman.
Yeah. Accurate. What?
just have Bowser and Eggman come up, and Eggman's like, I would like to thank the Death Battle Academy for such an honor.
Oh my goodness.
Ah.
So, question: who sold their soul to make this episode happen?
I don't know.
Question.
That's a good question.
I think the better question is, where did Moro and DJ get these skills from, and who did they have to kill to get such skills?
Oh, goodness.
Oh God. So yeah. Well, where do we start? Well, I guess I know where to start. How about
The result?
Yeah, the result, because that's typically where we start, right? Look,
Yep.
this episode is so far off the rails, I don't even know where to begin anymore. Yeah. So Bowser won.
Yes, let's go. Yes. Oh my goodness.
I can't use my cheer card because I already used it, but
Yes, you
I
did.
am happy.
And then I'm
He already used it, and he already used it and has now been revoked from using it. So I gave it to ZDogg instead because I think he deserves it.
Yeah. There you go. Is that that suffice?
Yeah, sure. Now you don't have your card anymore. Smile.
Damn it! I should have thought about that. Anyway,
You had one chance.
It's worth. I used it in my reaction video. Does that count?
True. Yeah. You know what? That's fair. That's fair.
My ears are still ringing. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Well, yeah,
Man.
all right. So
Man.
so it kind of seems like the only person who's not happy about it is me, and so that's fun.
Aw, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll try not to rub it in your face, but
I already rubbed it in.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
I know, but just man.
Hey, I said it last episode. I prefer Bowser. All right.
He did say that. Yeah.
I did say that.
Have historical archives that show that.
I have video proof of me saying that, so you can't take that from me. So
No, it's like I did say this off camera, but this is actually better. This is actually a better case of what I like to call Frieza versus Megatron for Brobuscus. Or this time, it's like I actually can agree to this pretend smile. But this episode is still amazing. Actual smile.
Oh
God, man, honestly, I mean, I think it just feels good to hear like the death battle people say the winner is Bowser. Like it's that same feeling of like hearing it for Shadow and Ryuko's Shadow after all these years.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. The Shadow turns to Bowser. Turn. Also, this episode broke the tie between Mario and Sonic.
True.
Yep. So.
Yep. Mario's ahead.
If Mario keeps this up, they'll catch up to the DC and Marvel characters? Question mark. Maybe. Hopefully.
Oh my God.
Anyways.
Okay. So also too, should note, we actually rewatched this episode before we started recording, so it could be fresh in our minds. Also, we're addicted to it, so shut up. But
not even wrong.
No. But there were a lot of things that that we did not consider. Like they addressed 95% of what was brought up in the last episode. But for the end result, they actually brought up 50%. And I say 50% because it isn't a large margin, because there were stuff that even I and ZDogg and Bro forgot about that we didn't even think to take into account, like, teamwork and loyalty as a point for Bowser's team.
See, that's funny. It's funny because like I always thought that was true, but I didn't really think much of it because like if like Eggman was like some I don't know. I guess in a fight as weird as this, like I probably should have thought of that as a possibility, but from my perspective, like if Eggman had a bunch of other advantages, I really didn't think that the whole like teamwork thing really mattered. The whole teamwork advantage was redundant. And the whole loyalty thing, like that is true, but like Eggman, like pretty much all of Eggman's shit is loyal to him, except for like.
But to be fair,
maybe infinite, but like that's a maybe at best.
Well, to be fair, I mean they're loyal to him because they're kind of built to be loyal to him. So it's
right,
not
but that's what I mean.
Yeah. Whereas it's a different kind of loyalty, because Eggman built his army to be loyal to him, whereas Bowser's army, they're actively conscious when they're loyal to him. So there's nothing stopping their cognitive ability to be loyal to him. Whereas with the robots, they're fucking robots. They have no free will of their own. So the moral of the story is, why is Eggman not in charge of building robots for us here in the real world, so we don't have to worry about artificial intelligence taking over?
Well, I didn't think that's where that was going, and now I want to move on. Although to be fair to Eggman, he does have Sage, and she's loyal to him in more ways than just. Well, she is adorable, yeah, but she's loyal in more ways than just by programming. Like,
Yeah.
she's actively acknowledged that Eggman is like, it's like at the beginning of the Final Horizon. They're talking about teaming up again, and Sonic's like, yeah, well, we're gonna team up. We're gonna bring my friends back out. And we're gonna save the world, right? And Sage is like, well, it's his to conquer, so yeah. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. So Sage, like, 100,000% supports Eggman's crusade. Got it.
As any good daughter would do.
True. I just find it funny how so many people, like, when they saw the original ending to Frontiers, and Sage just fucking dies until she doesn't.
Thanks, DLC.
Nah, she comes back in the original.
Oh, okay.
But people are like, so is Sage gonna be like a new turning point for Eggman? How are they gonna do Eggman as a character now? I'm gonna be like, so I think they're gonna do him the exact way they've been doing him before, because Sage is like totally chill with it. The only thing is, the only thing Sage might do is that she might make sure Eggman doesn't make more rash and stupid decisions, like with the metal virus.
Yeah. She'll be there to keep him,
keep him in check.
Yeah, keep him in check.
Yeah, that's.
So yeah. And I mean, for me, I have my own little, like, I'm not gonna go into them on this podcast. We don't have that much time.
No.
We're already gonna be talking about this episode for long enough as is. I don't want to drag the conversation down with my bitchiness. But I do have my own little nitpicks about the verdict, about the results. I'll probably I have it written. I'll probably put a thread up on Blue Sky, so follow me on Blue Sky for that. It's nothing too major, I don't think any of it would really like sway the verdict.
Yeah.
At least I don't think. I don't know. I never really considered how this would affect anything. I just kind of was like, this seems weird. I'm gonna talk about it.
Right.
Didn't really never really thought to consider the ramifications of that. But also, I frankly don't care, to be honest. I'm past, like, unless they get shit like blatantly wrong, like with like Frieza versus Megatron, I'm probably just not gonna, like, I'll be like, I probably disagree, but I don't really care.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like this is like this fight's case is like kind of in the same vein as Bell versus Discord, where there's just so much to consider for everything that, like, it could really go either way. You could honestly make a case for it going either way, and you know what? Not everyone will agree. And you know what? As long as, again, I keep saying this, no one's gonna listen, but I keep saying it. As long as you keep it civil, it's completely fine to disagree with like anything the episode says. Like,
that word does not compute in the death battle community.
Yeah, well, I tried, I guess. I don't know.
You can't teach an old dog new tricks. You don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, to be fair, I do think overall they explained it well enough.
Yeah,
I feel like they got all the points they really needed to.
Yeah,
so it makes me happy. So
I do think if I had to just have one nitpick, I was actually talking about this last night with a group of friends. I do think so. This fight is relatively close, and it essentially was like the argument of trying to find a needle in a haystack or walking a tightrope. But they only emphasized this fight was really close in terms of the trump card section. That was the only time where they mentioned or really brought up that these two are even in this kind of stat power. And they didn't bring that up anywhere else. So that is a little disappointing if people say, oh, this is the closest fight Death Battle has probably ever done. But Death Battle themselves only ever brought up how close it is in terms of one specific category and not the other four remaining categories.
Yeah, admittedly, I don't know. I'm kind of split on this because, like, I do wish they would have made it seem a lot closer because it is insanely close.
Yeah,
I mean, the animation. The animation shows us how close it is.
We'll get to that.
God.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
I mean, I don't know. I guess just in this fight's case, like they maybe they thought they had to like fully commit if like, because this episode like both franchises have diehard like people.
No
like,
way.
There's a lot of diehard people in both franchises. Yeah, I know, right? It's almost like we're one of those. But like, I guess maybe they just felt like they had to double down just to
right.
make it seem convincing.
You know what?
It's a bit disappointing, but I mean, I get it.
Okay,
the only other fight. I'm sorry, I'll go and then you go.
Okay.
The only other fight that I feel like in recent memory that they've ever said this is legitimately close is Scooby versus Courage, because they were dealing with Toon Power, and these were two dogs that could essentially do anything and had counters. So I feel like it is weird that, okay, this should have been easy pickings to really go down that territory of, okay, we want to emphasize just how close this fight really is, and we essentially had to find the tiniest of needles in order to determine who ultimately won.
Yeah, can we...
Okay, you go, bro.
This is a quick aside. Can we please get... I know there are, like... They know about, like, some of the bigger Mario and Sonic arguments. I know this. I've seen them talk about it. Like, if short and simple, if an argument you've heard somewhere isn't in the episode, it's either A, they don't agree with it, or B, they probably just didn't have time to really dive into it. Like for the episode. Right. This episode's already one of the longest episodes as is, so I get it.
Yeah, no, exactly.
In fact, I believe it's like what, third or fourth?
Fourth. It's fourth.
Yeah.
I believe the episodes that beat it, obviously Goku Superman beats it. Naruto vs Ichigo and Mega Man Battle Royale, I think, beat it.
Yeah, Mega Man Battle Royale is a couple of extra seconds longer than this episode.
But anyways, my thing, what I was going to say was that this is something I actually didn't note in my... Well, I kind of did, but I didn't really, like, talk about it from this perspective. So they gave Bowser the overall edge in physical stats, which I guess isn't, like, entirely wrong. Like,
no.
You can with what they said, at least, like, yeah, like Bowser would absolutely manhandle mechs like the Egg Dragoon or the Death Egg robot, like, sure. Right. But I find it, like, interesting that they gave him this edge, and then they had a black box that mentioned big bads on both sides that could, like, even the playing field. Like, they mentioned Intasma, Kulex. I think the ones they mentioned were Intasma, Kulex, both of them for Mario, and then for Sonic they mentioned Eraser, Jin, and Void. And I'm like, so verbally you gave Bowser the physical edge, and in a black box you said they were even?
Yeah, no, that's
I'm confused.
No, yeah, okay, you want to know, I'm willing to bet it's this. I think initially when they wrote the script, they already came to the conclusion that Bowser would win the physical edge 9 times out of 10. But then they then came to realize that, oh wait, there are actually counters that Eggman has that kind of makes this category even, but it's too late for us to change the verdict in this section. So we're just going to put it in a black box that, I guess this is a kind of update as to, we know we said Bowser takes the edge in the audio aspect of this episode, but just know, behind the scenes, we actually think that this category is also a draw. I don't know.
I don't know.
That's my only reasoning.
I mean, clearly, if that's their thought process, then clearly they still think Bowser wins anyway. So like, I don't like.
Yeah.
Like they were still like adding shit even after Death Metal came back. Like, this is a very this is a very late game episode.
Right. Yeah.
So
this episode, for context, this episode was halfway done before the shutdown. So it's possible that there had to have been something that changed behind the scenes as they were putting this episode back into production. And they even referenced the newest Super Mario and Luigi game. So
Yeah, I was gonna say.
they clearly were paying attention to what was going on concurrently in the real world with the newest release of both franchises.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, again, like, whether or not you agree or disagree is entirely up to you. I'm not gonna like judge you one way or the other. Me personally, I don't know. And I'm just gonna leave it at that. Like, I don't know if I agree. Because again, quite frankly, this is a very interpretation-heavy episode.
Yeah.
There's so much going on here.
Yeah, this is probably the most heavily objective episode you could ever have in Death Battle history, because it's not a Goku versus Superman. It's not it's not one of those fights where we know there was a concrete winner, like fucking SpongeBob versus Super Friends Aquaman. It is one of those episodes that, okay, look, we can sew a sweater, and that last little thread, it's gonna all depend on how we get it through the needle. Like, we can do it one way or we can do it the other. There is no straightforward way of handling this one, like the other past sweaters.
Yeah. That is a freaking wild analogy, but I guess I can't argue it. So, yeah.
I took my brain juice today.
Clearly. But at the end of the day, whether or not you agree or disagree with it, it doesn't freaking matter, because watch this episode, goddammit. It's like,
yeah.
Indeed.
And that's a great segue.
Yeah, because what the hell? Why they cook so hard?
I don't.
No. Why they is not the correct term here. Why did he cook so hard?
No. Hold on. It is they, because we need to talk about the analysis first.
I know. Oh, okay. I know. Yeah. Let's get to the big boys, the other big boys who have been making the rounds.
DJ, my guy, if you're watching this, which you're not, what is wrong with you? Why do you do this? Why do you do this to yourself?
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell? You're
I mean, I love you for it.
What the hell?
I love you for it.
Exactly.
But why? Why do you cook so hard?
DJ, have you read my newest book? Calm the heck down.
Indeed.
Yeah, no.
So can I just go ahead and say best edited analysis ever? Like,
yeah, no, straight. Yeah. Okay, I wish we lived in an alternate universe where this was the fucking premiere that premiered on a big screen. Because if I had the opportunity to see these segments and motion graphic and creative transitions, different animations that were made entirely for this episode from scratch by Origin and Luis, I would probably pop off before the animation even starts.
Yeah.
Because, oh my god, like, I really hope DJ is okay, and that he is able to work on, that he and Max are able to tag team the next episode, because holy shit, like, I think this episode is where he pushed himself to the limit.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I think this.
My man's brought the entire kitchen for this fight.
Yeah, no, I think this and Billcord can be tied up for his most best edit of analysis segments.
Yeah. Yeah. Cause like,
I think
wow.
I think DJ said on Twitter that like each analysis segments separately has more like motion graphics than the entirety of Omni-Man versus Bardock.
Well, yeah, and that shows. That clearly shows.
Yeah.
Like Omni-Man's preview. I'm sorry, Omni-Man's analyses might as well have just been an appetizer because this was the main course.
Yep, and yeah, we ate.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Gobble that shit up.
Yeah, no,
Man.
exactly.
We sucked it up like Bowser.
Fuck that. We sucked it up like Kirby.
Kirby's not on this episode. You ruined the joke.
I know.
Yeah, well.
You son of a bitch.
It's what I do.
But no, like everything like pops so well. It looks so good. All the like I don't think you like. I don't know like if there's anything to complain about here in terms of editing. Like, man, it all looks so good and clean.
The only thing I can really complain about is DJ. Can you share that talent with me? Like,
Yeah, I know.
like, holy shit! Like I think I'm a pretty good editor, but I see this and I'm like, oh, okay. It's like this man.
Oh, okay.
This man's like.
Where did I go with my life?
This man's on a whole other league.
Yeah, no.
And
I
you can
think
tell,
it's
you can tell he like. I know this is his script, so like naturally, but like he really wanted to do this one.
Yeah, no. There's clear evidence that he wanted to exude just raw, pure passion about this episode. And the best way he did it was by writing the script and also editing the whole analyses. And also, too, of course, big shout out, because it can't all be DJ's praise. We have to give some praise to Max, my boy, for his end, and of course, the aforementioned Luis and Origins, because we actually got to see some custom sprite and 3D animations for this, and my god, they look so good. Especially the end end analysis segments where fucking Luis just created whole new diorama animations for both Eggman and Bowser.
But they look so good.
Yeah,
oh my goodness.
You could tell. You would probably be like, "Oh, what game is that from?" And it's like, "Oh, that's not from a game." Luis just made that.
Yep, surprise.
Yeah,
I mean,
Luis showing that he has come very far in his 3D animations.
I mean, I saw the one for Eggman when I first watched this episode. I saw that one for Eggman, and I was like, okay, that's clearly referenced from Shadow the Hedgehog, but like, where could that possibly be from? I've never seen that before. Never even considered that it was animated in house. Well, so I'm like, well, frick me, right?
Yeah, no. Again, everybody brought. I think it's safe to assume this is everyone brought their fucking A game episode when it comes to these analysis segments. Like,
honestly, I'm gonna say these are probably some of my favorite analyses of all time.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go that far.
Yeah,
no, straight up. Like, this is if we were to just do a top 10 of our favorite analyses, this is high up there. In
number one and number two. there it is.
No, yeah, exactly. I mean, look. My favorite will still always be Scooby versus Courage, but this is a close second. Like, this really is so good. And it just, oh my god, like, it's hard to believe that a year ago, we were gushing about how fucking fantastic and out of this damn universe Bill Court's analyses were, not only knowing that a year later it would be topped like immediately in the third fucking return episode.
Yep.
Man.
Personal shout out for me. Eggman silhouette walking with Gerald's with a clip of Gerald inside. That's my favorite. I don't know where that Eggman walking animation's from, but That's my favorite one. It's good.
No.
Maybe they also made it in house. No, it looks so damn
If they
cool.
made that fucking animation in house, like, then holy shit, calm down. God dang,
Yeah.
like, I know we're not on the next episode yet, but it's like there is so much pressure for the next one. We'll get to.
My goodness.
Yeah. No,
I-
no. If we were giving out awards, this would receive the BrobusCast award of best edited episode.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like hands down. Like
I would also like to give the shout out to the Koopaling clip.
Yeah.
Just because the one from Phineas and Ferb where he edited the Koopa Mario Party thing. That made me really happy to see.
I already gave my shout out again. Please, you madman. I've known you all of my life, and you continue to impress me. And now to see your 3D game has improved so much that it honestly tricked me into thinking, "Oh, that's cool." That must be from some other thing that I don't know. Oh no, that was actually Luis. He made it. Oh, you son of a bitch!
So yeah, notice how we've been gushing about this for this long, and we haven't even gotten to the fight yet.
Yeah, for good damn reason.
Now we will. Now we will.
Is it that time already?
Yeah. So
oh my God.
hey, Moro.
Pink.
Yeah, what the peak? Moro. Hey, buddy. Hi. If you're watching this, which again you're not. What? What?
Literally.
Oh my goodness.
Look, you can't see me grab an imaginary microphone, but just pretend I'm grabbing an imaginary microphone. This is the best goddamn animation of all these episodes.
Yeah.
Smash the mic. Like,
It's so good.
Okay. Hold on.
we knew. No, wait. We knew. So, okay. We knew from the outside going in that this episode was going to be entirely animated by Moro, and we did see a shot preview, work in progress preview of what it was ultimately going to look like without background. And we just assumed that, okay, this is going to be good. Like, we love Moro's animations, and we just assumed it was going to be, good. That's it, just good. And then when we saw it at the end of the last episode, which was Joker Giorno, we thought, okay, yeah, this looks great. And then when we saw the preview from the Death Battle cast, set to an amazing track by an amazing group. Shout out to them.
Which got their stamp of approval, by the way.
Yes, they actually watch Death Battle. They support the show, so yes, let's get them on for a future track. That would be fucking cool. Okay, and then our eyebrow started to raise, like, huh? It's like, what? And then we see the actual finished animation. It's like,
okay,
probably no exaggeration, no fucking exaggeration. This is probably the best hand-drawn episode of all time.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the thing, and I know I've said this. I know I've said this on at least one other podcast before, probably two. But how the frog did we get a 4-minute long hand-drawn army battle by one man? How? Even if you had told me that was going to be a thing, even after Galactus versus Unicron, if you had told me that, I would have been like, nah, you're that's wild. No, we're not. No, I don't believe you. I don't believe you one bit. And now I'm sitting here thinking that I don't think anything is impossible for Death Battle. Because like,
no.
And that's a dangerous thought, I know, but like, look at this!
Yeah, no, straight up. It's like a year ago, we got, bringing back the aforementioned Scooby versus Courage. We thought at the time, it was understandable, it was a year ago.
Yeah.
This month,
it's actually been a whole year.
I know, yeah.
Oh, goodness.
We thought that a year ago that the bar had just been, raised, and it probably wasn't going to be matched for a while because, it was Luis. It was fucking Luis, the guy who did Samurai Jack versus Afro Samurai after he pitched it drunk at a party. We thought that this man could not be matched in terms of raw 2D animation. And then a year later, here's Moro saying, I'm going to do all of this by myself with some assistance, but mostly by me. And it looks straight up out of an officially licensed Nintendo collaboration.
Yeah.
Like, holy crap. This is probably, hell, this beats the original Mario versus Sonic. I'm sorry, not the original. The second one, by, that episode was animated by a studio, by a whole team. But this one was animated by one guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, like, listen, if anyone, and I mean anyone, had doubts about Moro's abilities on this episode or in general, you eat your goddamn words. Because my goodness, this looks so fucking good. I can't get it out.
All of this came from Toon Blend and Animate Premiere and Adobe Animate.
I still don't understand. And bear in mind this too, right? There are, not including the set piece, count them, two 3D models in this fight. Only two. Yep. The Egg Dragoon and Fury Bowser. That's it. Everything else.
I wouldn't have believed you. I wouldn't have believed you if you told me that Fury Bowser was 3D. Because if that's 3D, Disney, hire Moro. This is how you do 2D and mix it with a 3D aspect. This is how you properly do a 3D render and then put a 2D shader or blend to it. Because I legit thought that was 2D.
Same.
I drew that.
Yep, I thought it was too, and what? I thought it was 3D.
Yeah.
Like, huh? What do you mean? And it still looks that good? What is this?
And yeah, and on the flip side, I saw people asking, like, is the Death Egg robot 3D? Is the Death Egg itself 3D? Nope.
Yeah. Nope.
Nope.
No.
Those are 2D. He drew those. He drew those. Moro's just like.
What do you mean?
If you thought that, like, I saw reviews on Bill versus Discord, right, that talked about the 3D, the hand drawn segments by Moro, and they were talking about how they thought it was 3D, and then they looked on Moro's Twitter, and he posted those like reference whatever, like, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Of like it's basically of him like how they are animated, and they're entirely. He said that they are entirely 2D, and he's like, oh, okay, no, I thought they were 3D, but no, that's just this guy being built different. Bruh, the Death Egg, the Death Egg is a 2D model. Like, that looks 3D.
Let's break.
Okay.
Let's also we need to also take into consideration he did this in 3 months.
Yeah.
He did the rest of this animation. He had half of it done. The half of it done before the shutdown.
He had the entire base animation done, like basically the entire animation, barring like the backgrounds and probably some effects or something. I don't forget. Basically, the foundation animation was done in 2 months before the Rooster Teeth shut down. after they came back and he was able to work on the episode again, he got the background done, he got everything else done, and it took him about a week.
But, bruh. And on top of that, he did. I mean, I know he didn't mention him.
Save it. I know what you're talking about. Save it.
Okay, I'll just say he did extra stuff on top of that. What the fuck? There. Like,
I have a segue for those, so save it.
Okay, well, that's a tease then. Okay, anyway, but still, it's still so impressive.
Okay. Also, too, he not only he not only had to draw the mechs and Bowser. Like, okay, that we can understand. That's easy. Anybody who is that talented of a fucking animator and artist that are on his and Luis's level, Zack Attack, Origin. Okay, yeah, we can understand that. But not only did he draw them, he had to draw the whole goddamn army. He had to draw each character individually, frame at a time.
Yep. And I mean, yeah, especially during like the wide army shot. There's copy paste animation in there, but honestly, you probably didn't even notice or care unless I brought it up. Now, did you?
Exactly.
Yeah, no. And again, some people can be like, oh, well, I don't see what the big deal is. I mean, anybody can draw that character. No, you don't understand. You don't get it. Having to draw this many assets, it's time-consuming. It legit is. It is time-consuming. That's like asking Brobuscus, draw me a poster of each individual Sonic character and Mario character from all of the games.
Yep.
That shit's time-consuming, damn it. That will take time. And the fact that Moro did it, and it moves so fluid, it's got so much fluidity, and it just looks good in motion. I legit did. I've seen people say, holy crap, this must have been done by a team. No,
nope.
It was done by one guy.
Like, so yeah.
How?
Remember, like last year when we said hiring Moro was one of the best decisions the team ever made.
Yeah, exactly.
I totally forgot about that.
If this doesn't prove that, I don't know what will. I literally don't.
I totally forgot that I said that, but you are 100% right.
Yes, no, and again, it's like, okay, now everyone's probably thinking, oh, okay, now everyone's logically, you're thinking, how's Moro going to top himself? Well, that's the beauty of it. We don't know. And
I don't know.
we're like,
Maybe he won't.
Fuck, man. Maybe he won't. I mean, shit. I mean, maybe he'll do one of the episodes next year. Maybe he'll do another episode down the line. Who knows? But what I do know is that I legitimately don't think it's going to get as better as this. And that's not because I don't believe he can do it. I honestly just think this has set the bar too high now.
Yeah. This episode definitely, like, I want to make sure I get this clear, because I know for, like, I mean, every episode is someone's first one, so I get that. But I know it's like we're setting like all this up, and I know it's like a dangerous thought to be like, man, if this episode is good, then imagine like how like any other episode is. Like, just bear in mind that this episode is its own beast.
Yeah, exactly. Is his own
like,
beast.
Like this episode sets a bar so high, I really don't think it can be like jumped over. And that's not that, and that's saying absolutely freaking nothing about any other episode the show has or will do. That's more saying something about this episode.
Yes, no, like okay.
It's a common phrase, it's a common cliche and kind of cringe phase. I understand that. But this episode is like, put simply, this episode is built different.
Yes, no, like this episode is in a whole league of its own. It really just, it puts the foundation. And again, I should also mention this. Okay, it's very easy to compare this episode to past episodes and past seasons when they were owned and given funding by Rooster Teeth. It's very easy to make that comparison, but I would like to make the argument that this episode is not setting the bar for past seasons. It's setting the bar for future Death Battle independent episodes, because that's the key word here. This was their first hand-drawn episode as an independent faction, and it was all done by one guy who made it look so fucking easy, it almost makes you wonder, man, if Rooster Teeth's instruments were not given to Death Battle a long time ago, how cool would it have been if Moro got to do one of the episodes that Rooster Teeth had done? Like, it really is something that has just now changed the game for future Death Battle episodes coming next year. And it's also, too, we haven't even mentioned it. Everyone, and I know this is going to be a crazy concept for everyone to buy, but no, please listen to us. This episode is actually universally appraised. Not a single fucking person on the fucking internet disagrees with this episode in terms of an animation aspect or just in terms of an episode in general because of the way it's written and the way the animation is done. Do you know how much of a fucking impossibility that is? After we just got Bardock versus Omni-Man? Holy shit! Everyone has already been saying this might be the best episode they've ever done. This is my favorite episode of all time. Oh my god, this episode is so fucking good.
Yeah, it's funny because you can describe this episode with a quote from Boomstick in the very episode. And that quote is their battle can only be described as peak fiction. Because that's what this is. Little did we know Little did he know he was talking about this very episode.
Yeah. Okay. So I know we're pressed for time. Because we can't go through this whole fucking thing play by play. No. Just watch the fucking episode. That's what we did. I think it would just be more appropriate to honor this episode's animation and Moro's commitment. I think it would just be more better and beneficial if we just talked about some favorite moments from the fucking animation.
Oh God, where do I start? Can I just say everything?
Yeah, I was about to say all of it. What's my favorite? I think Biff, we said it on Blue Sky. The best parts of this episode were when it was everything between when the doors open and the KO screen.
Oh goodness.
Oh
God.
And that's not even mentioning there's a bunch of small details in there too. Just again because Moro's built different. There's a bunch of small frames you might miss. I know ZDogg was super happy about the Hotel Mario reference. And literally, in a shot right after that, we get Bowser with a oh shit face.
All the little details.
And it probably.
Yes, I know. But please pause this episode at points because you will not regret it.
Yes.
No, yeah, straight up.
Pause.
I think my favorite.
Pause this episode at random moments. You will get a laugh somewhere, probably.
My favorite. I think my favorite little detail moment is just when Neo Sonic comes back to Eggman, and you get to see the Eggman family as we're dubbing it, and he just says, "Excellent work as always, Metal," and then Metal just gives a thumbs up. I'm like, oh, you didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that to show how expressive Metal can be, but you did it. That's
also
a cool little detail.
That doubles as a fun reference to the IDW comics too, because there's a moment. It's a flashback. So this is when Eggman's getting his memories back. It's a long story. Basically true. He sees basically Eggman when he's lost his memories and he's a new person. His name is Mr. Tinker. He sees Metal's damaged body because this is after everybody beat him down earlier. And
JoJo reference here.
anyways, and it's seeing Metal's damaged body that brings his memories back, and one of them is him fixing Metal after what I assume is Sonic CD. And Eggman's like, man, how dare Sonic damage you? He wouldn't know good art if it punched him in the face. You did punch him in the face, right? And Metal gives a thumbs up. Attaboy.
Amazing.
Okay.
Please read the IDW comics, by the way. They are so good.
Yeah, they really are. Or watch the comic dub on YouTube. It's actually pretty good. Highly recommend it. Okay, I think my favorite moment, no, legitimately, my favorite moment from this, and again, I'm a sentimental son of a bitch, so you know when you hit these marks, I fucking will pop off, like ZDogg did in his own reaction. But my favorite moment, it really is, like, after Bowser Jr. gets hurt, that's when the fucking Bowser literally just goes 10 times Kaioken on Sonic's ass. And you get the most epic it's not even a beam struggle, because everyone was saying, oh, we're going to have a beam struggle? Oh, never mind. It's literally, it's a beam obliteration. That's what it is. And again, this, with how it sounds, we're going to get to that later. It was so fucking raw, but also too, just so much expression. Like, because you actually, before that moment, you actually see Bowser concerned. And it's a great little detail that Moro did. And I love just how much expression work is going on here.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God. Like, it really is. It's so, so good. Like, and also, too, my second favorite big moment, which I think is all of ours, it's literally when the Death Egg is firing, and you get this great shot of all of the Koopaling just reacting. Some are running away. My favorite shot is the Goomba just looking up with a pure, terrified expression, like, oh God, what is my life come? What is this? What my life has come to now? And then Bowser just jumps up. Oh, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but behind that Goomba is a Koopa that's praying to God. Like,
like just praying to God. Like, oh God, please don't let me die here. And then Bowser just jumps up, and catches the beam to protect his army. I said it in the last episode. I know I used my bragging card, but I'm going to brag here. I know I said in the last episode that Bowser was going to be the underdog in this. This is what I'm fucking talking about. That motherfucker shows loyalty to his own army that are also loyal to him. So he jumps up and catches a death beam that is going to kill them. Like, that is pure underdog status right there. That is so much better than anything I've ever seen Bowser do in recent games. Like, just again showing that he really does care about his army. They're not just expendable to him.
Yeah.
Character work again. Character work in a death battle. Who would have thought?
I love to see it, man.
Yeah. For me, my favorite little moment is definitely this is when Infinite's attacking.
Oh yeah.
And like I'll talk about Infinite again later, so put a pin in this. He's taking out a few of Bowser's troops, even taking out a few generals. Again, put a pin in that. And you see Bowser using his own dark magic to protect some of his minions. He has them like gripped down, but he's still struggling too. And in the background, a Goomba that is also being affected. Like he's being protected, but then a Motobug comes in and bumps into him and breaks Bowser's grip on him. And the Goomba looks at the Motobug like, "Why you bully me?" And then just dies. like okay. Love that.
Thank you.
And then for big moments, again, this is another thing probably put a pin in, but because I want to talk. There's another character I want to talk about. Shut up. My favorite big moment, I've mentioned this while we were watching it, is definitely when Fury Bowser is dropping down on the Death Egg robot, dropping down on Stage's shield. And he breaks through the shield, but still gets stopped anyway. And what does he get stopped by? Oh, I'll tell you what he gets stopped by. He gets stopped by Super Neo Metal Sonic.
Crush you.
Who then proceeds to completely thrash him. It is so hype.
I think that was one of the best hype moments when watching this for the first time. My goodness. Like,
also, the little moments, too, like, you know the shield is cracked, but then you're wondering, well, wait, what's stopping him? Like, what? And I love the moment before it shows metal. You actually see Eggman wincing, like he's holding, he's just wincing, wondering, okay, where is it coming? And then he looks up and he's like, wait, what? And then we pan up and oh wait, what's holding him? And then that's when you get the reveal. It's metal.
Yeah.
Again, showing the characters' personalities on display. Moro, what the fuck, man?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right. Oh gosh, I don't even know if I can pick a small moment. Gosh. This is okay. I'll give one since I know Bro pointed this out. When the armies are like making a mush towards the Phantom Ruby. Well, great scene in general. But shout outs to the Goomba who made a beeline towards it and
yes.
I'ma get it. Wait.
I don't know.
Wait.
He's the first one to make it too. That's the best part. He's the first one to make it. He's the first one to make it to that freaking gem, and he just sits there like, how do I pick this shit up?
Eat it, damn it! Grab it with your mouth.
My man.
Gosh, what else?
My man just has no idea what he's doing.
Indeed. Also, shout out to Orbot and Cuba at the very end with the freaking camera spike at the ending shot.
Okay, we need to talk about it. Wait. Can I do my big moment first? Yes, oh god. Absolutely. But then again, what do I pick? Shit. Screw you. I'm giving to you. The fact that of all things they weaponized chance time. Like, what do you mean? Like, and leading to like one of the funniest moments, just like Metal's tearing shit up. It's badass. It's awesome. And then freaking the chance time shows up and then pans down like, oh, he lost it. So good. What else can I feel like I was gonna say something else. It's probably one of the things you said, man.
Okay. I'm gonna remove one of those pins. I want to talk about Infinite.
Okay.
Yeah.
So okay, here's the thing. I know, I get it. I get it. It's very easy to clown on Infinite as a character. I get it. All right, I understand that. However, I am a nice guy and want to defend it a little bit. Because yes, he has a grand total of not even 30 seconds of screen time. Yes, he gets killed by a rock. Like no ifs or buts about it. No ifs or buts or whatever about it. King Boo dropped a rock on Infinite and he died.
Hey,
like that's
to be fair, he did use the most effective tool.
That is true.
Since Infinite was controlling gravity, he did use the most effective Mario enemy for that. So just so you know.
True. And I mean, to be fair, I guess if you take Moro's Q&A seriously, technically Infinite's still alive. But either way, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So yes, he didn't last very long. However, in the brief time that he was on screen, not only did he kill a bunch of like smaller grunts, but he also took out 3 of Bowser's like top generals. He took out the Koopa general, who to be fair is there just for the Easter egg, like I said he was going to be. So all you people who was arguing about movie shit appearing in this episode, shut the hell up.
No Agent Stone.
No Agent Stone. Anyways, he took out the Koopa General, he took out King Bob-omb, and he took out the Goombas, or King Goomba, whatever the hell you want to call him. So like that's 3 of Bowser's generals gone, and they don't appear ever again. Like, I know like there's stuff floating around about how like apparently it was confirmed that the Koopa Troop used a bunch of 1-ups, and now Bowser doesn't have any casualties. But those 3 don't show up ever again. And unlike King Boo, you don't hear them ever again. So I will still headcanon that they are dead. But not only is all that true, but he was also affecting Bowser. Bowser was struggling with all that too.
And Bowser had to use his own magic to keep his remaining forces intact.
Yeah. So
and you can see how much pressure was being put on him too.
So no, I don't think Infinite is the worst performing character on Death Battle. So whoever wrote that in the Death Battle wiki, go screw yourself.
I would like to say that still goes to Michelangelo.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Michelangelo in my heart keeps the title of worst Death Battle combatant because he didn't do anything. At least at least Infinite was pushing Bowser on the back foot. Like it was, which again, it's like, look, the fact that Bowser had to use his magic to keep his army intact, but also make sure he wasn't getting affected by it. I think that says a lot more about Infinite than it does Michelangelo.
Yeah.
Yeah. But okay, the other pin.
That's not gonna stop the memes. That's not gonna stop the memes, though. You know it.
Yeah, but also shut up.
Okay.
I'm
sorry.
That other pin. I want to take it out. I think Moro really likes Metal Sonic.
Really? What gave you that?
Because personally, I think Metal Sonic is the single coolest character in this entire animation.
Some might say he's the MVP of this animation. Or MVR.
He swipes the Phantom Ruby.
Yep.
He dodges a bunch of shit that basically all of the Koopa Troop are throwing at him. Like, once Metal picked up the Phantom Ruby, everybody started targeting him.
He knocked off King Boo's crown and made him drop.
He didn't just do that, my dear friend. He flipped King Boo and freaking finger flicked it off. Like, he didn't give a shit. He grabs a chain chomp, throws it at Broggy. By the way, really cool that Broggy's in this animation. I am a Bowser's Inside Story nut, and seeing like Broggy and the Elite Trio in this fight is freaking wonderful. Love that. I don't even like the Elite Trio. I think they're bitches, but those guys, those traitors betrayed Bowser like off their own whim. Like there was no mind control for those guys. But anyways, sorry. Had to get that out of my system. So anyways, he dispatches Broggy, he dispatches King Boo with a finger flick again. And again, friendly reminder, for the rest of the fight, I mean, you can hear King Boo's laugh at the very end after everything's all said and done, but by all accounts, we never see him again. So, yeah, Metal just took King Boo out of the fight, so screw you, win condition.
Yeah.
He, like, and then, oh my god, the aura from when he goes Neo. like just that Neo transformation alone. What? Like, why? Like that is so freaking cool. The Neo transformation is one of my favorite transformations on this show, and it lasts literally 2 seconds.
Completely valid, man.
And then just the pure like savagery when he goes super. He's thrashing Fury Bowser. He takes out Kamek. He takes out Bowser Jr. It took a Grand Star powered Fury Bowser to finally take him down. And I view that, like, some people view that as Bowser like overpowering the Chaos Emeralds, and you could view that way, sure, whatever. I view that as Metal only losing that struggle because he ran out, like, because super forms have a time limit. So the Chaos Emeralds were like, "Yep, time's up, bitch." That I view that as the only reason Metal Sonic like lost that hard in the beam struggle. And again, Grand Star, Fury Bowser. That's what it took to take Metal down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
No.
what the fuck?
MVP. Just saying it.
Yeah,
Bowser did some cool shit. Kamek's kind of busted. Sage did some cool shit. She jumps into the Death Egg and freaking lasers everybody. Yeah, okay, that's cool.
Okay. I'm gonna say it. Metal Sonic has been in Death Battle a total of 3 times.
Yep.
And I want the record to be stated. This was probably the best use of Metal, and this is probably the most badass Metal has ever been. And that's counting his own solo episode against Zero. And also, too, bear in mind, not too long after this, it was either before or after this, correct me, that's when the crew were interested in talking and actually bringing Metal back for a second episode against Perfect Cell.
Yeah.
So, just bear that in mind. Metal still has that Riz. He still has that fucking Riz. So there is love for Metal. And you know what? Holy crap. I know everyone talked about it, but it's like, look, if Metal Sonic ever comes back in anything, let fucking Moro animate it.
Yeah. Yeah. Do it.
Like, I can totally see Moro having to fight Devil Artemis to the death in order to animate Cell versus Metal Sonic.
Or they both do it.
Oh god!
Fuck it. Just do it.
Madman! What you are suggesting will break the infinite planes of existence.
You're goddamn right. I welcome it.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, alright, before we move on, because we do need to move on.
Yeah.
God damn it, I honestly wish we could just talk about this episode for 3 fucking hours. Holy crap.
Yeah, 'cause, like, wow. Like, this is, like, astonishing. Like,
Yeah.
No. Okay, so...
Okay. Now,
okay.
to be fair, we've been given a lot of praise. Admittedly, it is kind of unfortunate that, obviously, with so much at play here, obviously not everything was going to be there. But shut up. Like, obviously not all of the expectations could be, like, everybody had different expectations, and obviously not all of them could be met. We were already stretching the length as is, so obviously some shit, whether big or small, had to be cut out. That's unfortunate. And then Moro was just like, hey, so can I do some extra stuff real quick, just for, like, maybe the recap or something, just to get everything that that couldn't be in this fight?
Like, what? What do you mean?
What?
All alternate scenarios.
Oh my goodness! What is what?
Like we finished this animation. We were going through the recap and we were like, "There's more!" Like,
There's more.
Like,
oh my god! Like this episode has broken the death battle. Has broken the death battle tradition. Like, fuck tradition. Here's alternate scenarios showing more of what these characters could have done.
Yep.
What?
like,
And
like
28 seconds. There are 28 seconds of animation for the alternate scenario. So that means there could have been 28 extra seconds of this animation, rounding out to possibly 5 minutes. What the fuck?
Like what? What is like? Huh? Like what? Who?
And also too, just for this episode, because it's a Mario and Sonic related episode, we get epilogue shots back.
Yes.
Let's go!
Surprise! Yep, with freaking Orban, Cubot, and Sage all joining Bowser's army. Gosh.
Orbot and Cubot are freaking traitors. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I knew it. Like hell, we didn't even notice this until Brobuscus pointed this out to us in our second watch of this. But if you look in the back when Bowser is celebrating his victory and he's making it rain, literally, you actually see Orbot and Cubot right on the left.
Yep.
They're already at Bowser's side, so they've already made up their minds.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll reel back in. I want to go back to those alternate scenarios. So I want to go through them one by one. So first one, Koopa Troop getting cured of the metal virus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. All that.
It was pretty clear that I felt it was pretty clear the metal virus probably wasn't going to be in the fight itself. That thing is ungodly dangerous. For both sides. So, okay, fair enough. And hey, we see Bowser curing his troops of it pretty much exactly like how Silver cured everybody of it by the end. So, hey, double reference. You like those. You love to see those. Second one, Lightman versus Wonder Bowser. And Wonder Bowser uses the Wonder Flower to turn Lightman Eggman into a Goomba.
Eggman, let's go! And he's even got the
Thank you.
Okay.
My life is complete now after seeing that. Thank you very much.
Okay, me personally, like as a Sonic fan, I'm like kind of miffed that it made it look like taking out a super form was that easy. So like. Of all the alternate scenarios, this is probably my least favorite, and that's just because I'm a petty bitch. But screw all that! We got Dreamy Bowser versus the Time Eater! Like...
Wow. Oh my goodness. Freaking... it looks so good. It looks so good. Like, what?
Okay. Question.
Nah.
So about the Time
Yes.
Eater. Question. How does it look that good?
How did he do? Oh my god!
I mean, okay,
Again,
like Dreamy Bowser is literally just Bowser with a rainbow color, so like whatever. Like,
yeah,
I don't give a shit about that.
Yeah.
I actually,
though.
quite honestly, never really gave a shit about Dreamy Bowser. I think it's kind of lame, but
But
the Time Eater. Why does the Time Eater look so good? How does it look that good? Was that a 3D model too, and Moro just lied to us? Like, that had to be right.
At this rate, maybe. Who knows?
I'm 95% positive he drew that.
Oh my
If
goodness.
that is the case, what the fuck?
Like, what do you mean?
Okay.
What
And then
do
the
you
last
actually mean?
and then the last one is Bowser with the Star Rod versus Nightmare Eggman. Cool, we saw that form. I knew it wasn't gonna be in the fight. I knew.
So good.
Like, I knew full well that form was never going to be in the fight. Compared to Lightman, that thing is ridiculously pathetic. But like, the fact that we saw it at all is like, oh, okay. And versus the Star Rod, that match made in heaven. Well, okay. The real match made in heaven is probably Nightmare Eggman versus Dreamy Bowser. Just because of the dream theme, but also shut up. If we were gonna get a Dreamy Bowser versus an Eggman super form, it was gonna be Lightman. Come on, get real.
Right. But that it still made an appearance. We still take those.
It's still cool. It's cool looking, so we take those.
Cool.
We stand those in this house.
Indeed. Man.
So
Okay.
I find it funny going through all of these like side by side. Like, how did we go from my least favorite alternate scenario to my favorite one? Like, what? Okay. To be fair. What? Again, Lightman Eggman versus Wonder Bowser is my least favorite just because I'm petty, right? Like, it's a super form being taken out in 2 seconds. All right, I'm not cool with that. It still looks really cool. But then, like, throw Dreamy Bowser versus the Time Eater in there, and I'm like, all right, we're done. That's it. I don't need to see any more. That's
Pull it in. Pack it in. Pack it in. We're done.
Like,
yep. Pack it in.
Get it out of here.
Like,
Look, you've already beaten the other 2 episodes. Stop it. They're already dead. Oh, okay. You know how we've been talking about how cool this animation looked? Well, we didn't talk about how it sounds.
Oh,
true.
my goodness.
Okay.
I vote. Okay,
More
because
gutsy.
we're at the time, I vote we combine both the voice acting segments and the musical segments into one segment.
Okay.
Fine. First off, Zach Watkins.
What? What do you mean? Like, he had this, he had a performance like this up his sleeves all this time and he never capitalized? What do you mean?
This is legitimately the Liam Swan Popeye thing.
Yeah.
Where we found out
Yeah.
do a Popeye voice. Excuse me?
My
And it's like,
goodness.
what? And then Zach's all like, oh yeah, I can do a pretty good Bowser. Oh, you can? Oh yeah, show me. Oh. And then he does his Bowser. Like, we have to put you in the animation, Zach.
You're
Like,
hired.
get in the booth. Zach, get in the fucking booth. Get in the booth.
Yep. Like,
Holy crap.
like I don't think like freaking that. I'm literally speechless. What the hell? Like freaking Zach. Like okay. Like, when I don't.
Okay. Hold on. I also want.
Okay.
I'm also gonna shout out Arthur Romeo as Eggman.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. He sounded so good. Like he's also like freaking. Like I've heard like the common consensus. I think it's like he's like a good mix between
Mike Pollock.
Bristow and Mike Pollock. Yeah.
Yeah. No. I
Yeah,
can hear it.
no.
I can hear it.
Yeah. It's like it's honestly a borderline perfect like balance, and yeah, he does really damn good in his role. Like, yeah.
Oh my god. Like, okay, we've had Kevin, and we've had Tom Schultz do their things, and you know, especially Tom. You know, like Tom is usually the guy who is the MVP when it comes to death battle voice acting. There's just no question about that. But then, fucking Zack Attack. And his uncanny Bowser impression comes along, and then you have Arthur's Eggman, and it just changes the fucking game for this episode. Yeah, like,
Yeah.
it really is. I only loved one performance in Bardock versus Omni-Man. I liked Kevin as Joker. I didn't really. From what Brobuscus has told me, like Jorno's could have been a little better. But this episode's voice acting and direction, I had no fucking problems with it. No, it's perfect.
Yeah,
like,
it's borderline perfect on like both ends. What the hell?
like both like okay. Arthur captures Eggman's connived, devilish charm, and Zach just captures the confidence that Bowser oozes. And also, too, it's like as soon as he goes Fury Bowser, that's when he just turns it up to fucking 11.
Oh yeah, okay, like listen, I know we like skimmed over this, but that keep your hand off my son.
Yeah.
No.
Somebody call Bardock and tell him that this is how you care about your children in a death string, because
listen, that scream was good. I still prefer Bowser. It's still a better scream. Oh my goodness.
Especially because I don't know if Zach had the or if he actually got to see the animation. I'm probably going to say it's the former, but the fact that he had to not only scream, keep your hands off my, but then when it came to the son dialogue, he literally had to roar. He had to roar while pretending to fire a beam out of his mouth. And I demand, if they have dailies, if they have visual dailies that...
Oh my god, I need to see them. Oh my god. Show me the behind the mics right now.
Please.
Yes, absolutely. Please. I will become a member if you do that. Like, holy shit. Like, they need to start bringing those back. I want to see those brought back. Like, because this is probably the best voice acting we've gotten in these 3 episodes. And again, it's like, it's so wild. I keep saying it. We keep saying it. Just when we think the voice acting in Death Battle is good, is great, another episode comes along and just outdoes that one.
Yep. And you know what? I'm kind of okay with that. I'll be honest with you.
Same, because, oh my god, like, I do. Like, I also just love, I really do. I love the interactions too. Like just at the start, like, you call these an invasion? I've seen better.
That's a decoy, you idiot.
It was like, oh my god, Arthur was hamming that shit off. I loved it. Holy crap. Arthur, can we ask you, how did that scenery taste?
Indeed. Like, wow.
And then, like, small little thing. I kind of wanted to mention this while we were still talking about the animation, but since it's kind of relevant to the voice acting, I'll say it here.
Oh yeah.
Boy. So the ending. I mentioned during our recent watch through that I can make the ending depressing. Just to kind of run through it, Eggman sees that Bowser is actually not dead, even though he kind of is, but whatever.
He is, but he isn't.
Yeah, he is, but he isn't. Junior launches a beam at Eggman. Eggman easily dodges it. Orders Sage to fire the Death Egg again, and then realizes, hey, wait a minute, that beam wasn't aimed at me. It was aimed at the Death Egg. Wait, why is the Death Egg a giant question block now? And then his line.
Thank you.
Wait. That's that little wait. That's not him realizing that he just lost his ultimate trump card in the Death Egg. No.
Yeah.
That's him realizing that he may have just lost his daughter.
Yeah.
Now we know Sage survived.
Yeah.
We see it in the end card. She's currently plotting.
Yeah.
But from Eggman's perspective, the last thoughts in his mind were that his AI daughter was potentially dead, and now he had to live with that for the last 10 seconds of his life.
Yeah.
Exactly. Eggman died thinking that he had lost his daughter. So you know, y'all delinquents wanted an emotional ending for this episode of all episodes.
There you go.
There you go.
One. There you go. It worked.
Oh my God. Speaking of, you know what? Speaking of works, Brandon.
Yeah. Oh my
you
goodness.
son of a
Oh
bitch.
my god.
What again?
You could bring in not one but two collaborators. One of them, the awesome Victor Barba.
Yeah,
The storm that is approaching is back.
Yep. Oh my goodness. Like again, how do you make something up? And then product is good.
I don't know.
What the hell? Yeah. Okay. So. Oh goodness. Okay. Yes. So.
Oh my god.
Fittingly titled "Game Over," which yes, thank you. Good name for track.
Yep, love it.
Appropriate. Like, oh my goodness, yeah, this is probably one of my new favorite tracks.
Yep.
In period.
This is up there.
Like,
in my top.
Man, like it, like it just sounds so good. Like it just works. It sounds as epic as it needs to. It's as rocking as it needs to. It's just oh.
I remember. I remember people thought, again, going back to the group madness. I remember when people actually thought via the preview that their song was going to be the track for the episode.
Yeah.
But, and again, and if you actually listen to the track, which we featured in our last episode, it's a little heavy. Like I don't mind heavy music. But specifically, the portion that was in the trailer is the best part. So,
the rest of the song that you didn't hear is kind of wild. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, exactly.
It's good. I like it.
It's really good.
Yeah, it's great.
But
and again, if Brandon wants to actually somehow collaborate with them for a future episode, do it.
Please do.
Yeah, please do it.
That'd be so cool.
But that being said, Game Over legitimately is gone down as Brandon's most well-regarded track. And if you think I'm hyperbole, if you think I'm being a little too overreactive, then here, allow me to tell you from the horse's mouth himself. Game Over has officially surpassed Will of the Drill in terms of view figures.
Oh, it didn't just. It didn't just do that. I mean, that's impressive as it is, but it didn't just do that. Oh no. The son of a bitch hit trending.
Yeah. The first ever official track to hit trending.
Yeah.
Like, huh?
And now, granted, it was in the top 30. Who gives a shit? It's still
trending. Don't be like that.
Dude, you can say that all you want. No, you can say that all you want. You know what? That's fine, but you cannot deny no other track, official or otherwise, has gotten on trending at all.
Even the most masterful of death battle tracks, like Mighty or Super, as amazing and immaculate as those tracks still are, not even they got on trending. They were not recognized by the YouTube algorithm. This one was. So
again, for damn good reason, because this track slaps.
Yes, it does.
No. My favorite portion still is when Fury Bowser shows up.
Yes. Yes. I agree wholeheartedly.
where it just dims down a little bit for the. It dims out a little bit and then goes full force. And
Okay. You know what? Back to the animation. Screw it.
okay, sure. Yeah,
Another
whatever.
thing. Yeah, since you brought that up to mind, well, we mentioned our favorite moments, but I want to mention my favorite shot.
Yeah.
Fury Bowser versus the Death Egg robot. Their clash with the lightning in the background and the music blaring in the back. Like,
God. Yeah.
And then the freaking panoramic again, like, it pans around. It looks so smooth.
Yes. And then the lightning in the background.
Yes. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Such a good. No, I think I agree. That's like masterpiece, wallpaper material, whatever word, all the words you can use to describe it.
All the words in the English dictionary that describe your.
Yes. Like, wow.
So,
Yeah.
we can breathe now.
Yeah.
So a hot take.
Yeah.
So hot take, guys. I think we like this episode. I don't know if that came across.
So yeah,
Look.
Look. That's one of my new favorite episodes of the show.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna say this. Look, will this episode be my number one favorite of all time? Absolutely not. That I actually will stand my ground. My number one favorite is what my number one favorite is. But let it be known that this episode is definitely in my top 10. It's damn near top 5.
Yep.
And for damn good reason. But also, let me just say this. Let me give you a preview, because you gotta wait a whole year for our ranking, and that may be sad. I know, but it's like, look. Let's be fair here. If you honestly expect to believe that the three of us can somehow find a way to not put this fucking episode at number 1 unanimously, you're fucking out of your mind. Like, what's the competition? The competition is 3 other episodes that are good in their own fucking right, but this episode is just in an entirely separate category. But what I will say is that I will not be surprised if my 2 friends and co-host here somehow, even after Death Battle 2025 pumps out bangers, I will not be surprised if both of them somehow still put this episode at their number 1 or number 2 spots, myself included.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't gonna say anything because I kind of wanted to leave this suspense, but like,
we also, to be fair, we also don't know what 2025 has in store.
True.
So
no, we don't. I mean, look.
Hey, little preview. We do still have Ash versus Yugi. That's the only episode that that's another army battle. So there's that.
True. But in terms of also pure hype, there's also Kyle versus Simone.
True.
So I'm expecting those 2 episodes to somehow, I'm not going to say they're going to be better than this, but I'm expecting them to come close to being side by side with this episode. And it comes down to which one do we love more? And that's where the real challenge is going to be.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe. I mean, I don't doubt those are going to be fantastic by this episode standards, but like, okay, I'm not going to lie. I thought long and hard about this, but honestly, Richard said it outright, so there's no reason to spoil this. Yeah, this might be tied for my new favorite episode now, honestly. Pretty casually. Like, okay, listen, like, again, I don't know if I prefer. It's weird to say, but I still don't know. Like, it stands on toe to toe with Might. Honestly, that's how good this is.
Damn.
No.
Like, okay, listen, okay, and I will both episodes, like this episode is among the happiest first viewings I've ever had as a Death Battle fan. As someone who's wanted this matchup for the longest time, and someone who's loved these characters and franchises for the longest time, it's okay. I can't say it's everything I wanted in an episode, because frankly, that's like Bro said earlier, that's kind of impossible.
Yeah.
But it's satisfied. It hits so many of those points that I can't complain. Do you think I have the right to complain after all the gushing we've done?
No.
No,
you don't.
It's after waiting, like I said, I wanted this episode since Bowser versus Ganon, and the fact that the team gave us something this good and this hype-worthy, it just makes me so happy. Like, man, I can't use any more words. It's everything I wanted in this matchup, and I cannot be happier. So, and you know what? Who knows? Could this be initial hype still wearing down? I don't know. I don't care.
No, I don't believe so. No. I don't think you're talking from initial hype. It's about to be a week.
Yeah.
Since it has come out.
You're right.
It has been a week. My bad. Sorry.
Yeah, it's been longer than a week.
All good. No, I go what you mean. But yeah, I'll say it's tied for now. But man, just like SpongeBob versus Aquaman, this no other episode. Even okay, maybe that's a bit harsh, but this episode just makes me so happy every time I go back to it for so many reasons, and just makes me so happy to see how well received this episode is, how far across this episode's gotten, even non-death. Freaking the Party Crashers mentioned it, so you know what? That's a W. Instant W.
I don't even want to over exaggerate, but I really the only other episode that
Sonic YouTubers watched this episode. Freaking Games Caged watched this episode. I didn't even think he knew what Death Battle was.
Yeah, exactly. I honestly look. I don't know what to say. I honestly don't know what to say other than the only other episode on this magnitude that has ever been this universally loved and praised by everyone, Death Battle YouTuber or non-Death Battle YouTuber, Death Battle fan, non-Death Battle fan alike, really is Scooby-Doo versus Courage the Cowardly Dog. That's really crazy that these two episodes, hell, you can even chalk Super Friends, Aquaman, SpongeBob, and Bill versus Discord in there if you really want to, but it's these two episodes that have been heavily praised by all sides. You know that meme where all the knights are bowing their swords down on the table? This is that episode. This episode, SpongeBob versus Aquaman, and Scooby versus Courage, and Bill versus Discord. Those 4 episodes are on this list.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And man, I could not be happier about that fact. My goodness.
All that. What else is there to say? But Death Battle is fucking back.
Indeed. And
they're never going anywhere again.
Nope, not as long as they keep getting sponsored by Marvel Comics of all people.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, we don't talk much about Well, okay, I shouldn't say that. We don't talk at all about sponsors, because quite frankly, beforehand, didn't need to. But now that they're independent, I mean, granted, yes, we're still in the movement of the Kickstarter, so like we still have more than a whole year of Death Battle left just on the Kickstarter alone. But once we get through everything funded by the Kickstarter, they'll have to rely on the sponsors and their memberships and whatnot. So it's like, okay, well, let's hope we get some good ones then. Omni-Man vs. Bardock was like, yeah, let's have Manscaped. And we're like, okay, yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah. That's definitely that's
a big one.
That is a big one. No, I'm not downplaying that. And then here comes Joker vs. Giorno. Hey, by the way, we're sponsored by Marvel Snap. Wait, what?
Yeah.
And then this episode is like, hey, not only are we sponsored by them again, we're also sponsored by, I forget what the other one is. It's basically it's NFL basically. Like it's not. Like,
it allows you to bet. It allows you to bet money on which boxer is going to beat the other one.
That's it. Yep.
That's extremely oversimplifying it, but it's essentially what it is. So it's like, the fact that this episode, which by the way,
Prize Picks. That's what it is.
Prize Picks. By the way, I was pissed off that Tyson lost his fight, but you want to know something? This episode made up for that because this episode was 10,000 times more entertaining than that fucking fight.
There you go.
I gotta win. That's another reason why I was happy Sunday. I gotta win. I didn't get Tyson Friday night. I didn't get Tyson winning. I didn't get the Spurs winning. I didn't get shit. But I got it. And I'm so fucking happy.
Goodness.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
So I don't. One of these days, I'm gonna do a top 10 favorite death battles video. One of these days. Today is not that day, but no, it's probably gonna be a solo thing.
I'll tell you what I mean later.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, expect this to be on there. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and say this. It's not gonna be my personal number one. I'm gonna go ahead and confirm that right now. But if I was doing like, I know the term objective is kind of wild to throw around, but this it might not be my personal number one. This might objectively be the best episode of the show.
I slightly disagree with that, but it's a close second. It's a close second. It's a close second.
I totally see it. Like,
again, you can't compare. You cannot compare this episode to past episodes because past episodes were entirely possible due to Rooster Teeth's funding. So that is what we are dealing with. But I will say, and again, I said it before, I'll say it again because we need to move on.
Yes, we do.
I will say it loud and proud. If this is the future of independent death battle, then Bowser versus Eggman stands atop the throne, king of them all, and all other episodes now have to try and come close to standing toe-to-toe with it. Because this episode is probably the greatest independent death battle episode there ever was and there ever will be.
Yeah, so good freaking luck with that.
Yeah,
no pressure, but good luck.
You've got some heavy shoes to fill, quite literally.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Who knows? There's still a lot of time left, so who knows? Maybe we'll be having this discussion another day of the peak. Magnum opus, if not, if you will.
Future us, tell us if this episode was surpassed. If so, okay, thank you.
All right.
I mean, maybe it'll get surpassed with Moro's next episode. Oh, by the way, did we mention Moro's got another one? All right, let's move on.
Yeah, but he's already has another one in the works. What the hell? The freaking madman. But you know what? I can't wait for it. And then we're going on.
And then we're moving on. Like, all right, hey, by the way, did you know Moro's got another episode in the works? All right, let's move on.
All right,
Yep.
Okay, so
you thought the third one. You thought the third one was where it could possibly stop. You're wrong, because as you know, those $75,000 was donated to fund 4 episodes, and so far each of these 3 episodes have been the best of the crop. And now we come to what is the 4th and last episode of Death Battle 2024. Now, what on God's earth could come close to competing, standing, I dare say, with Bowser versus Eggman, Joker versus Giorno, and Omni-Man versus Bardock?
Well, I mean, to be fair, considering how rough this year has been, let's be honest with ourselves. I think maybe that 4th one should maybe have like a fun aura to it. Something that doesn't it's still a serious matchup, but maybe something that's a little more fun. Maybe something that maybe you can turn your brain off to, maybe involves games that you could play with your friends and have a good time and die first.
Well, I can't think of a single episode that matches that description. Wait a minute.
Can you think of any?
Can I think of one? Fun aura. Play with your friends.
Maybe games that involve crowns and imposters.
Oh. No, I got nothing.
Oh well, shit.
Actually, wait, no. I do have something.
What is it, man? Tell us.
That's something, my dear viewers, is Among Us versus Fall Guys.
What time? SpongeBob Aquaman really messed up the timeline. I'm saying it again. We're bringing that back.
It's funny you say that because I think I kind of forgot the joke, but fuck it, maybe I don't know. But I actually asked Bro to personally put in the next time. Yeah.
Well, too late for that. All right.
Too late now. So joke's ruined, but. Oh well, yeah, it's
don't care.
It's SpongeBob versus Aquaman all over again, because the next episode, it's Fall Guys versus Among Us, 2 of the most popular recent video games and 2 of the single-handed greatest games that got everyone through the pandemic. Don't fucking lie.
Don't lie. You played at least one. Don't lie to yourselves. You played at least one of these during the pandemic.
Yep. Indeed, yeah, and may have recorded some sessions.
Yes, exactly.
I literally can't lie. I have Among Us videos on my channel. Smile. With more potentially coming soon. I may or may not have over 4 hours of the shit recorded from Sunday afternoon.
Okay.
So
okay.
okay. Yeah.
I don't know. How did we go from Bowser versus Eggman to this? And I say that.
I don't know.
I say that in the best way possible.
Indeed.
Yeah. No. Straight up, because. Okay. I legit am shocked. But I can't be too shocked because everyone kind of already figured out that this was the next and final episode, because if the hints weren't kind of easy to decipher. Also, too, this episode technically marks another Tournament of Champions representative that didn't win the poll.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, that's not
yeah. They did talk about doing this, and again, it was in the first ever Tournament of Champions. It was in the 2D poll, but sadly, it lost out to Bill versus Discord.
Yep.
But here it is.
But it's here now.
Yeah, no.
Run a dread from it. Among Us, where it's all the same, you know.
Larry Winwood is screaming his head off right now, and I could say that even further because the freaking Madman got on the animation team for this fight. How the hell did that happen?
I don't know. His pitch was that good. So yeah, that okay. So this is okay. So look, we got a lot to cover, so I think it's best we just try and condense this as much as possible.
Yeah. Sure. So everybody knows the reason why this fight got as big as it did during the Champions poll was because of Larry Winwood's pitch. Which, by the way, if you haven't seen it, go check it out. It's still really good.
It is. It's fantastic.
Agreed.
And yeah, sure, it didn't win. Whatever.
No,
but it's here now, and it's here. Yeah, it still made an impact. Everybody still wanted it, and now here it is. And the guy who made it as big of a deal in the first place is now working on it. And this son of a bitch. Okay, no, hold on. I need to talk about this further. So Larry made a second pitch. It was more of an animatic than a sprite animation. That shit was uploaded in July, after Rooster Teeth shut down. This son of a bitch knew.
He knew.
Friendly reminder. This episode was being worked on before Rooster Teeth shut down. This is why it's on the first four. It's in the first four batch.
Yeah.
So this episode was being worked on. Rooster Teeth shut down. 2 months later, Larry posts an animatic pitch, and now here we are with the episode with the very matchup happening. Larry's on it. This son of a bitch knew.
Man, yeah, like what?
How do we do this? How do we do this so many times? So many of our so many people in our death battle content creator community, they just know and they don't tell us.
They have to keep it secret. What the fuck?
My mind still goes back to when Ray had an official cameo in Bill versus Discord. He fully endorsed it and everything. They all went to him and he was like, "Hey, you want a small little cameo in our Bill versus Discord episode?" He was like, "Hell yeah, I want a cameo in your Bill versus Discord episode." And he got it, and we had him on our podcast. And he didn't say shit.
No, he didn't.
Oh my goodness.
And then Torok, our good buddy, he had the same thing happen to him. Rick versus the Doctor. Go check that out. He has a thing in there. Fully endorsed. He drew that thing too. Again, he knew. Why do so many of our people know? How do we get to know? Let us know.
We want to be included, damn it.
Yeah, we want to be part of the club.
Man, it's surreal, honestly, to see so many people that I either watched as a child, watched growing up, because Larry I knew for a while. I knew him back when he was a Cartoon Fight Club animator. That's how far back it goes. Heck, I remember. I don't even know if he remembers this. I played Smash Brothers with him one time. I played Smash 4 with him. Or was it Ultimate? It doesn't matter. I played Smash with him. I was in that group.
It was Smash 4. If it was Smash 4, that's a hell of a throwback.
Indeed.
Agreed.
But just to see him go this far and work on a matchup that he's clearly insanely passionate about, it's awesome. It's awesome to see, and it's awesome that Death Battle's embracing its fans like this. It's just so awesome and heartwarming, man.
Now the question is, when are they gonna reach out to Brobuscus?
That's what I'm saying.
Custom Death Battle script.
That's what I'm saying. When is it our turn?
When are they gonna be? When is it our turn? Yeah. When do we get to be featured in the storyboards, or when do we get to be featured in the animation?
I'll take a background cameo. I'm okay with that. Just let me know.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's like, when do we get to do that? Like, seriously. Maybe I have to pressure Luis and John to do it.
For legal reasons, I have to point out that this is entirely a joke. But Death Battle, please. Death Battle, please.
Seriously.
But also Death Battle, please. If you actually want to, just hit us up at any point. Smile.
Yeah.
Wink, wink.
I mean, hell, these guys are on Blue Sky. I'm not on Blue Sky, so I have.
Richard has no standards.
Look, y'all can go to heaven all you look. You can go to internet heaven. I'll stay in internet hell. I know where I'm needed. I know where I'm needed.
All right.
Goodness.
All my cringy ass jokes have pretty much cemented that I'm staying in internet hell. So really, it's like it's fine. There's no saving me. Y'all have a good life.
Indeed. Also, another important thing that makes me very happy personally. We finally, after 7 years, we finally got another rep from an indie game. Let's go. It took us 7 fucking years.
Now you think ZDogg is exaggerating, but no, he's not.
Nope, Shovel Knight was our last rep on the main show.
And also our only one.
But yep.
Yeah.
He was the first and the only.
Yeah, no, he really is. Like, no Shantae, no Cuphead, no Bendy. No Skullgirl.
I didn't want to bring it up, but it's like, this is not the indie character ZDogg was clamoring for, but...
I'll take
it. Look, you get not 1, but 2. So...
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
We definitely take those. Like, seriously, like, you know what? Sans versus... I know this is... Obviously, this being in the first tournament champion, but like freaking, you know what? This and Sans Judge being in the tournament of champions, I think it's good that like they're gonna embrace indie games more. So we take those.
Yeah.
Also, too.
So finally,
it does help that 5 years later, Among Us and Fall Guys are still kicking ass out there. So it's not this is a belated. It's not like this matchup has no relevancy. Oh no! Everyone's still playing them to this day.
Exactly. We played them last week.
Yeah, we played them last week.
Yeah, we did.
We played Among Us for almost 5 hours a couple days ago.
Good shit.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Loved every second of it. Videos
where I killed you first.
Shut up, you're spoiling it. Videos coming soon, hopefully.
Okay, listen. I know there's all the memes with Among Us. Unironically, it's a good video game.
Yeah.
It's unironically a very good video game. And that's led to so many good moments and so many entertaining stuff happening. It's a well-made game.
It's so many lost friendships along the way.
Yep.
Goodness.
I played Among Us a couple of years ago with a group of friends that I used to be an active Patreon member, and we would just play and talk for like an hour about random shit. And I played Among Us with them, and it was fan-fucking-tastic. It was really fun. And then last week I popped in Fall Guys for the first time. I've seen advertisements about it. I know about it, but it was never my thing. I played it, And now you would expect me, a seasoned gamer from the 90s, to probably adapt and get along well with the games these young kids are playing these days, says the 29-year-old who's going on 30. But in a shocking twist of revelations, the first moment I booted up Fall Guys, I got my ass kicked. It took me multiple tries.
That sounds about right.
It's
Look, damn it! I don't keep up with. I just said it. I don't keep up with the games the kids are playing these fucking days. Look, I have standards. I have taste. Okay.
Standards.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, like, I'm not like perfect.
Look, it is fun. Like, holy shit, it really is fun. Also, too, the mechanics essentially work. Like, the not the mechanics is in the game. No, the purchasing mechanics, they actually work very similar to Multiverses, another game that Bros have played, in terms of how you can buy shit.
Hey.
So there is a progression system of what you can get, and you have to use in-game currency to buy stuff. But if you want more in-game currency, you have to spend real money to get the in-game currency to get what you want. So, that explains why this game is free to play.
Yeah. I was gonna say, and before anybody who doesn't know about this game somehow gets their panties in a twist, it is free to play.
Yeah, it's free to play on console. I believe it's free to play on on PC.
Yeah.
Hell, Among Us is actually free on mobile. How I played it and prefer to play it because on console it's $5.
Okay. To be fair, it is. I think it is worth it because honestly, this is coming from someone who's played Among Us on Switch. I think it works well. Like it has motion controls, which is a bit weird, but it still works well. It still works well.
That's fine.
It just takes a little bit of getting used to.
You could play it. You also could play it on PC, which is how I play it, and you don't have to deal with that at all. You freaking plebs.
I know exactly.
I'm talking to you too, mobile gamer.
No. I like mobile gaming. Sure,
I do too. I'm just messing with you.
I know you are. I know, but also too. I'll tell you what I don't like: VR. I have not played Among Us VR, and
no, I haven't either.
Yeah,
I need a VR system.
Yeah, no, fuck that shit. Sorry, that's where I draw the line. So, I like these games, and I totally did not spend 10 minutes watching all of the fucking trailers last night. Pile up something that can be used in research for this episode.
No, definitely not.
Didn't do that. Yeah, totally didn't. Totally didn't do that.
Nope.
Yeah. So yeah, that's about where I'm at with these games. Like, they're fun. They really are. I can see how these games helped everyone get through the dark times that really was the pandemic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank goodness for that. And
I know.
I guess I'll go. I think I've said my piece on Among Us, but real quick, I do want to say I do generally enjoy Fall Guys. I clearly haven't played as much of it as compared to Among Us, but like it's still like a very charming game. Like with a lot of fun. There's definitely a lot of charm put into it, and it can be extremely challenging and frustrating at times, especially like the grabbing. The grabbing gets annoying.
I hate grabbing.
God,
I haven't played it, but I've seen the horror stories.
Yeah, no, trying to grab something is a goddamn pain in the ass. It wants you to do it.
Or getting grabbed by someone else and you get all of your progress completely screwed up.
Oh no, yeah, I did. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, I'm trying to throw, soccer balls, basketballs, and little stuffed cubes, and fucking sons of bitches are just grabbing them before I can, or grabbing me to try and stop me from grabbing them.
Yeah. Oh well.
That's what you're in for. Be prepared, bro. Be prepared.
Indeed, but no, again, it's a very fun time. I still do prefer Among Us, but I still think especially since it's free, you really have nothing to lose to at least trying it.
No.
And hey, you might have a fun time. Who knows?
Who knows?
Yeah. I'll find out this week. Because I haven't played it before. I literally have nothing to say on Fall Guys. I've seen a bunch of like gaming videos on it from like the funny moments gaming YouTubers. I've seen a bunch of those, so I won't be jumping into Fall Guys completely blind, but yeah, I've not played it yet.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I have legitimately probably over like 200 hours put into Among Us, so
Man, you have got a
totally
problem.
totally not. You're right, but also shut up.
It's fun.
Totally not pulling up Steam to over 238 hours.
God dang, man. What is wrong with you?
Many things, but my obsession with video games is one of them.
You know what? Same.
There you go.
There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think.
This has nothing to do with the conversation, but I'm probably going to be getting Tony Hawk's Pro Skater remaster
Oh, nice.
soon, and I'm probably straight up, I'm a Pro Skater fan. Like, I'm a huge Tony Hawk fan, and I'm probably if y'all don't see me make videos, I mean, you haven't seen me make videos. Shut up, I'm working on it. But if you don't see me next year, it's probably because I will have an addiction to playing Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1+2. Throwing that out there. I can relate with your struggles.
And then meanwhile for me, this is like only slightly related to this episode. Meanwhile for me, freaking Astrobot came out recently.
Yeah.
By the way, play Astrobot, and then go vote for it for the game of the year.
Nominated. Dude, if Astrobot wins Game of the Year, I'm gonna fucking lose my shit.
I will
Not
flip.
in a bad way.
No, go play Astrobot. That is not a suggestion. That is a threat.
Yeah.
And if you
adorable little guy who wins.
If you have a PS5, there's literally no reason not to play it.
There's no excuse. Yeah. Hell, play the tutorial. Play the Astrobot tutorial. Oh, like, it's so fun.
Oh yeah, Astro's Playroom. That game's sick. It's a tech demo. How do they make a tech demo into one of my favorite games on the console?
I know.
And before anyone in the comments starts getting snarky about PS5 games, I say this, that's actually meaning something. I like PS5 games, goddammit. Astro's Playroom is sick. Astro's Playroom is sick, and Astrobot is way better.
Like, hell, even Final Fantasy Rebirth and Black Myth Wukong are better on PS5.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying. Anyways,
Among Us, Fall Guys. Yeah.
Let's talk about the production aspect.
Well, I mean, we kind of spoiled it. It's a sprite fight.
We did spoil it, yes. And okay,
yeah,
sprites.
Makes sense.
So from the outset looking in, it looks like this is going to be a sprite episode that will have 2D hand-drawn segments. Excuse me, 2D hand-drawn segments.
Which honestly makes complete sense. So.
Assassin Knight may or may not have confirmed that this fight is like 3/4 hand-drawn.
No, what?
Yeah, which holy shit, that's crazy.
Wow.
So it's essentially going to be another Gojo versus Makima situation.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? I'll take that. I don't know what's wrong with that.
Yeah.
Because a lot of that stuff looked good.
From the little preview that they showed us, it actually looked pretty good. Like,
yeah,
I like.
Yeah,
It's taking place in the cafeteria room, so that's cool. I like that.
Yeah, I'm guessing they're gonna like travel to other places. Like,
probably.
And just as a little like progression thing, you know, like a sort of before and after. The stuff we see in that trailer, that's Larry.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we already got a little bit of Larry's work. So that's awesome.
So you remember that little like pitch we kind of talked about earlier, the one that Larry did, the one that kind of got this episode to be as big as it is. Go watch that, and then go watch that one, like, not even 1 second long snippet of the animation. That's the same guy. So, how far we've come, Smile.
I honestly thought they were using clips because we are getting, I should have mentioned this earlier, this goes in the history category, but we are actually getting an Among Us TV animated show next year by the creator of Infinity Train, bringing back most of the crew. Hell, Elijah Wood is going to be playing one of the main captains.
Why? I love it, but why? I love it, but why? Elijah Wood, Phil Lamar, Ashley Johnson, Patton Oswalt, like,
hell yeah.
why?
You love to see it.
Owen, you crazy son of a bitch. So just based on the animation preview, this looks fucking amazing. Like,
I'm excited.
Me too.
I said this on Blue Sky. I said this on Blue Sky. This episode is good, and I can say this even further now that we have the freaking analysis preview out. This episode is going to be so freaking stupid, and I mean that in the best way possible.
I love the statement. Okay, again, just the preview alone, just the idea of Wiz being the imposter, all because he said sus. I've never heard Wiz say sus and then remastered. Like, guys, all you need to know, it's totally not me. Also, they have a Jocelyn cameo already. It's a 10 out of 10 episode for me.
Yep. The whole gang is back. You love to see it.
Yeah, now let's go. Which is coincidental because Jocelyn, the intern, as actress Lisa, actually appeared on today's Death Battle cast.
Oh,
nice.
Yes. Yeah.
I heard about that.
Well, that's cool.
She has 2 cats and a dog. She's also in a heavy metal band that plays in Las Vegas.
What?
That's nice.
Holy shit! I actually didn't know that.
She sings spooky Halloween. She sings spooky horror songs. That's what her band does. I need to go back and try and find the name. But yeah,
link it after we're done. But yeah.
Absolutely. Yes.
Well, damn.
Okay, so we don't. I'm positive we're not getting voice acting for this.
I don't.
for the beans.
Probably not for the beans. I mean, but watch some. Probably not for the beans, but watch something else in the fight have voice acting in it.
Yeah.
What even could? I don't even know if there's
I don't know.
That could.
That's the best part. I have no idea what this episode's even going to be at all.
No.
Exactly. It's going to be fun. That's what it's going to be.
True. But I'm just saying, if they can give freaking Dark Souls versus Skyrim voice acting in the way they did, I think they can do something for this episode.
Absolutely.
True.
I don't know what, but something.
We'll find out. Also, music. Brandon probably is going to take a back seat, so I'm going to just make the assumption it's Airwolf that are going to take over for this episode. Because this seems like it's up Aaron's alley.
Probably. Can we get vocals for the funny? Just so we can.
Fuck it. Every track's getting vocals now. Screw it at this rate.
Every episode, at least because like these are the episodes that are like
we funded.
Yeah, we funded. We're back. This is like Death Battle 24. As peak as some of these episodes have been. Why did I say some? All these episodes are really good, but
their track.
I consider them somewhat of like a prelude, since it's only four. Next year is when we're getting like into the full swing of things. So it's like just for the hell of it, just to say that the 4 episodes that we've already been doing before she shut down and just like we're coming back with. Can they all have vocals just for the hell of it, just for the funny? Also, this episode of all episodes having a vocal track just sounds freaking hilarious. So
It really is.
It really does. It's fun. If they, at this way, I'm not going to complain either way. But if they can, if they make it work, sure. Just of all episodes to have vocals, this one, like
that's what makes it funny.
You know, that's fair. That's completely fair.
Also, too. Okay. And then so that's about it for the production. I got nothing.
Yeah, that's fun. Actually, do we know who's going to be writing it?
No.
Oh yeah. No, we don't.
Okay.
But we do know. We do know this is a Max episode. So.
My boy Max.
Yeah. Get some love.
Max is back in the seat.
It looks really good from the preview already. So you know what, we take this.
Yeah.
It is. It's great. I'm so excited.
Yeah. Oh, also, I don't think we should probably mention that it looks like from the animation preview, it's going to be like a team fight. So that's kind of fun.
Yeah.
That's in a way. In a way, this episode's going to be weird, and that I don't. The preview doesn't really showcase like. I mean, obviously, right? Like this doesn't show when in the fight this is. It could be at the very beginning. So it leads to it leads to it being like a 1v1. I don't know. Again, this episode's gonna be wild. So I don't know if I don't know if I want to jump the team fight thing just yet, but sure.
I mean, I have feeling like the other people are gonna get involved in some way, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Even if it's not what's gonna be focused on.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. So. All right,
I need to breathe. This episode's gonna be wild. I've been. Okay, so be sure to get a good stretch for this one because. Okay, to be fair, this is probably not gonna get as involved as Bowser vs. Eggman did.
Fucking hope not.
I hope not. I sure as hell hope not. But all right, we got to talk about who's winning this. So okay. So to run it through, this is the last time I'm going to do this, I promise. I'm just doing this because, again, first 4 episodes. How we do this now is 2 of us are given the character, again, Death Metal Cast, Lads Debate, you've seen them, or you haven't. If you haven't, fix that. It's that, but there's no timer. We're not trying to convince each other that our character wins. Yeah, so basically we are given 2 of the characters. We're given the 2 characters, and we have our opening statements, and then we're gonna read them off, and then we're gonna get into comparisons. Really, we're doing this just so we make sure that we actually know what we're talking about. Unlike pretty much every episode of last season. So in this case, hey, guess who's back in the seat again? It's your boy. I got the funny mungus. I got a mungus.
Yes, and I am making my return back in the chair. I will be handling Fall Guys because damn it, ZDogg needed a break. He went very hard on 2 episodes, so it's like, okay, it wouldn't have been fair for ZDogg to take this episode. So immediately before this was even announced, I told B-Dog he's benched. So I'll be doing this.
I'm cool with that. Like, I think my first 2 being Joker and Bowser.
Yeah, probably not the best call.
Yeah, well, I made it work. So you know what, we take that.
Hey, no, you did more. You did more than that, my friend. But anyways, we're not going to talk about those episodes again. We're gonna be put into another loop if we bring up Bowser versus Eggman again. I don't want to do that.
So let's talk about the beans instead.
Yep. So let's talk about the funny beans. Ground rules. Okay. Big thing. I'm gonna get this right out the gate. Crossovers. We need to talk about crossovers. So currently we don't know what. Okay. Actually, this is the first. Joker vs. Giorno was pretty simple with the ground rules, but compared to like Omni-Man versus Bardock and Bowser versus Eggman, this episode we actually made our own ground rules. So probably should keep that in mind. The actual episode could have rules that are completely different from ours, because currently, right now, we have no idea. The Among Us preview only showed Among Us shit. No crossovers whatsoever.
Yeah. No.
So,
Fall Guys is an interesting one. So here's my rule that Bro and I came to an agreement on, and I will be using the skins that have unique abilities from the crossover promotion stuff. So main prime example. Last year, they did a crossover promotion with the 60th anniversary of Doctor Who, and because of that, there was a bunch of Doctor Who skins. There were 3 Doctor skins, and most importantly, the winning animation for one of the beans shows them actually arriving in the TARDIS. So that is specifically allowed because, okay, it shows that, yes, in fact, they can use certain character abilities, but that does not mean we will be scaling them to the characters that are part of the crossover. So in this case, no, I'm not crossing over the beans with any of the Marvel characters, any of the Pixar characters, anybody from Doctor Who. If they are using the abilities of these characters, it's essentially operating on the what I like to call the Frank West approach, where Frank West can use a game skin from a Capcom game and he gets their abilities.
Yeah. Basically, okay, when it comes to the skins, it's basically we go with what we're shown, not what we know. Like for Fall Guys again, like I know they like one Fall Guy literally wields Thor's hammer, and like that's cool and all, but like
you can't actually use it in the game.
What? But
I saw.
But not even that. Like you, like even throw it in. What does it do besides be a hammer? Right? Like
yeah.
Like we're going only with what we're shown. Not like, oh, he wields Thor's hammer and Mjolnir. That means he can shoot electricity, transmute matter, fire the God Blast. Like no.
No. And I should also mention, I'm only going to be including, to just keep it simple, I'm only going to be including 2 crossover items that can be used in the game or that were shown to be used in the trailer. This being Spider-Man's web shooters and the TARDIS. That's it. That's what I'm sticking with.
Yeah. So that's one thing. It, like how I wrote it is basically in-game cosmetics are just that. They are cosmetics unless they give specific powers. If they give those powers, fair play. You know, like if we see a Fall Guy being or an Among Us being, use a power of the person they are dressing up as. Okay, but if Among Us dresses up as like Master Chief or Ratchet or Ghostface, like, or Miles Edgeworth, like if I dressed up as any of them, does that make me as strong as them? No.
Yeah, exactly. So
okay. But so that's one thing. But the other thing for crossovers is shit that they appear in that's not their own game. For example, Among Us shows up in games like Samurai Gun 2, or big one is Vampire Survivors. The Fall Guys shows up in Bomberman. They show up in Final Fantasy.
They show up in Fortnite.
Sure, whatever.
I just want to mention that.
So, how we're handling that now? Again, the actual episode could be different. Please keep that in mind when we make our final bets. All right. How we are handling it is that we are including them, but we are not scaling them to those other franchises. Like the big one for me, is for Fall Guys for Final Fantasy. Like I'm sure them in Final Fantasy did some crazy shit, but like I just don't know how I feel about. And you know what? To parallel it, In Vampire Survivors also collaborates with Castlevania.
Yep.
So just to kind of like balance it out, right? I'm not scaling Among Us to Castlevania. Otherwise, this is just gonna turn into Vampire Survivors versus Final Fantasy, and that's boring. So the crossovers themselves, as far as like abilities, weapons, and whatever feats they themselves accomplish in there, totally fine. But as long as it's not like Among Us hurt Dracula, Fall Guys hurt Bomberman, so they scale. Smile. And also, quite frankly, if we did that, then you would never hear from us again. Like, there's so much shit to cover with that in mind. So, not happening. We're not doing it. So that's how we're handling crossovers. We're including them, but we're not scaling them, if that makes sense. And the same goes for cosmetics, for cosmetics in their actual games. Easter egg appearances. I know Fall Guys appears in I know there's a Fall Guy that appears in Astrobot. I know Among Us crewmates show up in, I forget the game. There's a game where they show up as like a stuffy, like a stuffed animal or something.
Oh, yeah.
I totally forgot the name of the game because I saw the trailer and it like fever dream. I also didn't include shit from Fraymakers because that's a little weird.
Yeah, right.
They show up as an assist in Fraymakers and I didn't know how to include that, so I just didn't.
Probably smart.
So, but if they appear in other games as nothing more than an Easter egg, they don't count. Because the big one is Fall Guys appearing in Astrobot. That is a bot. That is a bot that is dressed up like a Fall Guy. As much as I would love to give Astrobot some spotlight on this podcast, more than just me saying go play it, not gonna do it. We're not gonna do it here.
Perhaps another day. And then a small thing, I am including all of the roles for both crewmates and imposters that are in the main game. So like Shapeshifter, Guardian Angel, Tracker, Engineer, that kind of stuff. I'm including all of them. I know there's some debate about that, but I am throwing in everything. So mostly just to cover my bases. And also, this isn't a ground rule, but I'm just going to put another disclaimer in right now. I totally underestimated how much shit Vampire Survivors has in store. So I didn't include everything. I included basically what I've heard being thrown around in the community. So if I miss something, if there's some like die-hard Vampire Survivors players in our comment section that are like pissed off that I didn't mention something big, I really tried. Okay, there's a lot of shit in that game. It's a roguelike. It's a roguelike shoot 'em up. That's what it is. There are legitimately, I'm going to mention this again later, but there's legitimately like over 100 weapons in that game. Oh jeez.
And I tried to take notes on freaking all of them, and I ran out of patience for it. So I was like, all right, let's just go. Like, let's ask around. What are the big ones? What should I really focus on? So I got those, and I'm gonna hope that they're the best ones.
Yeah. Fair.
So. Yeah. So, and mostly I did that because, God damn it, I need why do I get this and Eggman? All right, like I did Eggman already. All right, leave me alone. I'm still
exactly.
I'm still exhausted after that. So Yeah, I didn't get everything, but I got what I think is the most important shit. I got the big stuff that I've seen people talk about for Vampire Survivors at all, weapons or otherwise. So
there you go. There you go. That should be good enough.
So you know what? If there's some obscure thing I'm missing, then go just tell me about it. I guess I don't know.
All right.
All right. Well, I think that's everything. So,
I hope it is.
With that in mind, the official title is Among Us versus Fall Guys. So I am going to kick this off.
All right. Feel free.
All right. Let me just take a breather because I've been talking for over 2 hours now. All right. In the depths of space, 10 or 15 crewmates are traveling the cosmos in a ship known as the Skeld. Their job is to make sure the ship makes it to its destination, fixing broken wires, protecting the ship's reactor, and shooting asteroids to make sure they don't collide with them. Things seem peaceful, but they need to be careful, because there's an imposter among them, whose ultimate goal is to kill all the crewmates and get away with it, or risk getting ejected out into space. Fortunately for them, unfortunately for the crewmate, they've got plenty of tools and tricks to pull it off. The imposter is a parasitic shapeshifter, able to morph its form to disguise itself as a fellow crewmate to hide in plain sight, or even stretch their body seemingly endlessly, and they can even stretch fast enough to burst through a crewmate and split them in two. But they have a few extra tricks that their quote-unquote compatriots don't. They can hop in vents to jump from room to room much easier, and hide from others when they kill someone, and they can remotely sabotage the technology around them, closing doors, turning off lights, shutting down the oxygen systems, and even overloading the reactors to blow them up. When they go in for the kill, they can rely on either roundhouse kicks, massive jewels, pistols, knives, their tendril-like tongues that are incredibly fast and incredibly sharp, or cyborg suits that shoots a laser strong enough to vaporize the upper half of a crewmate.
Because, logic.
Yeah. They can even use their shape-shifting ability to morph into a werewolf and slice up their foes. Yes, this is real. I'll explain later if you don't know what I'm talking about. But some imposters have even more to work with thanks to all the different roles. The shapeshifter can morph into one of their fellow crewmates to frame them for murder, and the Phantom can turn invisible, though they can't kill in this state. But it's not like the crewmates don't have a few roles to defend themselves and their teammates too. The Guardian Angel can put up defensive shields to one other crewmate upon death. The Scientist can access a vitals panel to check on if their allies are alive or dead. The Engineer can vent just like imposters. The Noisemaker sounds a loud siren to alert others when they die. And the Tracker can plant a tracking device on any of the others, letting them see where they've been at any time they open their map. Even in the base game, crewmates and imposters are strong enough to throw frisbees across the horizon, fast enough to shoot asteroids out of the air, even when flying on the Skeld, which moves faster than light, and tough enough to survive the Skeld exploding and crashing into the fungal. Imposters are even strong enough to completely destroy the top half of a crewmate with either their cyborg suits or pistols, and tough enough to survive the reactors of every area going off. But things get a bit more wild once we get into crossovers. In the indie platform fighter Samurai Gun 2, the crewmate makes a guest appearance, and there they can install vents that they can jump into and catch projectiles, dash into a state of 0G, and mutate into an imposter, because, why the hell not? Which has the fast and sharp tongue and knife they do in the regular game, but now they can disguise themselves as terminals, which the crewmates use as the quote-unquote task. Okay, this is going to be a weird one. I might need to explain this further, but going into it. In a fan-made mod of Friday Night Funkin', which was part developed by Innersloth devs, the imposters take their shape-shifting abilities even further, as they can shift into giant monsters, whether they're with tendrils or wings to fly. One imposter in particular was able to warp the environment around him, and can even disguise himself as the other imposters in the mod. But easily, the most useful but easily the most useful is the roguelike shoot 'em up called Vampire Survivors, where they get access to over 100 different weapons. Some attack with fire, some cut into foes, and some ignore certain stats, consisting of might, how strong a character is, speed and move speed, the speed of either projectiles or the character, and armor, the amount of reduced incoming damage. Then there's the big ones, like Soul Eater, which steals health and heals the user, or Pentagram, which erases everything in sight. This one ignores every stat in the game, barring cooldown and luck, including Revival, how many extra lives the enemy has. Because yeah, player characters can use passive items which can increase stats, heal health, or revive from death. Like Tiragisu, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, by the way, which revives the character with half of their health back. It's through this game that shows the imposter's gun is strong enough to destroy 2 planets in one shot, and destroy the golden eggs, which contain whole universes inside them. So it should be clear: if you're part of our space searching crew, be on the lookout, for there is an imposter among us.
Okay, wait. Can you go back? I'm sorry. Continuing a universe. Yes, good job. But what?
Yeah. So there are golden eggs in Vampire Survivors. Apparently, each one contains a universe. So
that's new. Okay. Good job. Otherwise, sorry, that just caught me off guard.
Trust me, I've explained it the best way I can. So.
Okay. Yeah. Well, good job. Otherwise.
Oh, I'm done.
Yeah. I was gonna say. All right.
Very good then.
Yeah, okay. Very good. Sorry. So apologies. That just caught me way off guard. I was not expecting to hear that, but okay. All right. It is the Fall Guys time now.
All right.
So let's go.
All right. We start our journey off in a place called the Blunder Dome. It's a location where the greatest game show on their planet in their Coliseum is hosted. The game essentially includes some fun little races and things that involve elimination. Over 30 participants go in, and if they survive obstacle courses, then they are eliminated, and the last one remaining is the one that wins the game. These are known as, we call them the Fall Guys, but they're actually just called in universe the Beans. These guys are essentially like the Smurfs. They're happy, they're peppy, they actually love participating in the game, and it's a great way for them to stay in shape. And you would think, if you've seen any horror movies, that there would be some sinister tone to this. There's not. There's just fun participation, essentially like the Olympics. And whoever wins this essentially is crowned, well, with a golden crown. And some of these events involve them doing simple things like, trying to jump over moving obstacle courses that are way too big for them to try and climb onto, to, of course, carrying a giant golden egg. I'm exaggerating, but a giant golden egg from a giant fucking goose that comes from literal fairy tale land. And whoever essentially is able to complete, again, all of these tasks, they'll be able to start over and do it again. So it essentially is a never-ending game show. They just keep doing them until they're done. Now, let's get into their abilities. So like I said, these guys are friendly, right? They're the complete opposites of the imposter. You look at these things and you're like, I could easily just, flick them if I wanted to. Well, you would be right, because these things don't fight back, usually. They're kind, they're empathetic, they just love to compete. But they do have few Toon Force-like elements to them. For example, one being was able to survive being out in orbit and not be able to breathe, and another being was able to survive a orbital drop. That was the pretty much shenanigans of being tied to a balloon, taking them to above their atmosphere, and then once the balloon popped, they just fell, essentially just falling back to Earth and getting back up like nothing ever happened. They also are actually quite capable of violent intentions. As confirmed by their creator, they can actually rip apart someone's arms off if they ever so wanted to, but they're not like that. And also, too, I should note that they have insane durability. Again, the orbital thing being one of them, but they can also regenerate. They can't die. You can tear off their limbs and put springs on them. They'll be fine. They'll just get their arms back in the next one. Or if they happen to be wearing a Among Us costume, they can actually regenerate from being torn in half and be fine. And they also have basically other insane abilities, like, again, super strength and the like. They were able to lift and carry various heavy things with little to no tiracy. The only thing they're lacking is speed, sadly. The poor little things, they're not that fast, so it's easy to outmaneuver them if you ever needed to compete in a foot race with the little guys. But their greatest advantages come in the form of their costumes, because you see, if they happen to be wearing a specific costume from a popular franchise, they get that person's abilities. The main two examples, of course, being Spider-Man's web shooters from the Spider-Verse little costumes, and of course, Doctor Who's TARDIS. And I don't think I need to really explain just how fast the TARDIS is or how strong Spider-Man's web shooters are. So you get the gist there. And yeah, these things, while they may look cute, if you get in their way in their competition, they will find a way to try and outmaneuver you, and they'll probably outlast you, because once again, they will keep going and going until the competition is finished. They don't get tired, they don't get hurt. They just compete until they're crowned the winner.
All right. Very nice. Very nice as well. All right. All right.
Wow.
So this is interesting.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So where do we start?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. This is.
Yeah.
I mean. Okay. So. Yeah, I want to say.
Yeah. Again, where do we start? Okay.
I'm not gonna lie.
I'll go. So.
I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't speak. I don't know.
No. It's okay.
Richard, did you want to say something?
Yeah. No. So, okay. Look, I'm just gonna say it. So, I know that the obvious. So this is toss up. I know that the obvious choice is to probably go for the Among Us beings, because now, granted, the Among Us beings have experience in actually, killing people, because they've ripped their fellow crewmates apart. They've been able to outlast and even outmaneuver and strategically evade the said crewmates. And there's also the fact that they're much faster. I think you can make the argument that they can probably find some way to outmaneuver the beings if they were given the right tools. And then there's also the fact that, they just have, more violent tendencies than the beings, because, as I said, the beings are a friendly bunch, but they are capable, in the right circumstances, of committing violent acts. It's just they choose not to.
Right.
However, I would like to say it, and this is pretty much where I'm going to be leaning the most heavy into it, is the Fall Guys beings are practically indestructible. They can't die. They just get back up and they keep going until the competition is finished. So the Among Us imposter can kill them as many times as they want. They can gnarl at them. They can rip them apart, they can just chuck them, and then the bean will just regenerate and be as good as new, as if it never happened. And then there's also the fact that I think they have the strength advantage. They've shown that they were able to carry golden eggs from an actual fucking 25, maybe 30-foot goose from Jack and the Beanstalk. And they also show that if you give them if they have the right costumes, they can use a unique character's abilities, such as Doctor Who's costume in summoning and riding inside the TARDIS, or using Spider-Man's web shooters to tie someone up. And then there's also the fact that if they are wearing an Among Us costume, if the Among Us imposter does rip them apart, like how they do in the game, then the bean will just regenerate.
Right.
Hmm.
Okay. I do have a question, because this is something I've thought about. For Bro.
Yeah, what's up?
What was that one weapon in Vampire Survivors you said sucks the life out of someone?
That would be Soul Eater.
Soul Eater, okay.
I have heard through the grapevine that apparently there's some shit in Final Fantasy that gives Fall Guys some resistance to that. So I don't want to bank on that too hard. For me, the main thing is Pentagram. Pentagram is gonna come in like okay. So a question about the Fall Guys. Their survivability sort of thing.
Yeah.
Is that durability or is that reviving?
Durability.
It's durability. Okay.
Yeah. But again, as I stated, let's say that the Fall Guys imposter again kills the beans in a typical Among Us style. The bean will just get right back up. It will literally regenerate as if nothing happened. So a simple and I also should mention, okay, so the creator did state that they were so strong, because again, this really goes into the strength category, which I already highlighted with the eggs, but the fact that they can straight up rip someone's arms off with little to no effort kind of shows just how strong they are, despite their being like size shape.
Yeah.
The only problem with the beans is that they are a bit clumsy, because given the obstacles that they participate in, it's very easy for them to make mistakes and also not stick the landing when they do, especially the grab mechanic.
So, okay. Does the Fall Guys have any way to counter... so they have their own survivability. Great, cool, whatever. Do they have a way to bypass their own... Do they have a way to bypass revivals? Because...
Example.
So, say the Fall Guy... say a Fall Guy kills a crewmate or an imposter. And the imposter just comes right back, which they can do with revive options, with revive items. Do the Fall Guys have any way to stop that?
Depends on how many revivals they're given. Like, what are the revivals unlimited, or are they limited on quantity?
Quite honestly, I don't know.
Fair enough. Because in that case, I mean, okay, here's the thing though. If that is the case, let's say it's unlimited, okay, then all they have to do is just keep killing them, because, again, as I've stated, the beans don't exactly tire out. They just keep going until they've won their number one spot in their, let's just say, Olympics.
Okay, but I asked that because the imposters can like I asked if the Fall Guys can bypass revivals, can bypass like their enemies being revived. The imposters can. That weapon pentagram, it ignores the revival stat. It ignores the idea that you can be revived from death.
Well, see, here's the thing. Like, okay, as far as I could find, no. But here's the thing, and why I can see where you're going with this. But let me just reiterate one more time: is that okay? The imposters can, because the imposters are more bloodthirsty than the beings. There is nothing to stop the beings from being dismembered in all kinds of ways from the imposters. However, as far as negating their ability to regenerate, no, I don't think that is possible, because the beings operate on their own physics and their own anatomy. It's not something that can just be turned off or disabled by, let's say, another person. So the imposters pentagram on revival probably won't stop the beings from coming back, because again, it's not that they're being revived from an outside source, it's that they are just getting back up. It's essentially Deadpool regeneration.
Okay, so it's
like
not
the imposters
it's not revival per se.
No, they can. So again, they can get limbs chopped off. They can just put those limbs back on. They can get their body cut in half. It'll regenerate back to where it was. Head gets decapitated. Same thing.
Is there I feel like there's a healing stat too. Hold on, let me check. I think there's a healing stat too.
And their limit has been pushed again, like with the orbital thing. Again, they were dropped from a very high altitude, and the fact that they were able to survive that with no damage, no scruff marks or any burns whatsoever, they just got back up as if it never happened.
Okay. So
there's also the fact that they can breathe in space. The imposters can't.
That is true.
So if the imposter were to shove them out of the airlock and the Hulk space would take care of the rest, the being would just be floating there, just not feeling anything.
So I did look into it. There is a recovery stat. That determines how much HP is generated from for the character per second. So, and Pentagram does bypass that too. So, yeah. The thing is for me though is I don't know if I want to rely on one weapon for a win condition.
Yeah, also to even, okay, again, hypothetically, let's say they do that. Let's say they do that. This is where the skins come in. They can use various different crossover skins that have those unique abilities or vehicles that are tied to them. So they would have to do it immediately. So let's say they're about to use the pentagram. Let's say they're about to do that. Like, okay, because how does it work? Like, walk me through how it works.
Okay.
Before I give a hypothetical.
Let me try to.
Is it something they have to draw on a piece of paper? Is it something they have to do chant from a book? What is it?
Okay. Quite frankly, I don't really know. A lot of the Vampire Survivor stuff was wiki searching. I'm not gonna lie.
That's fair.
I did do a little bit of digging into the gameplay, but by that point I was like zoned out.
That's fair.
I think how it works is it's basically like they use it's just used and it's like a burst of energy that just erases everything in sight.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, the beans could easily avoid it by the TARDIS.
Yeah, but it ignores speed. So,
no, but but the TARDIS ignores. Hold on. Okay. Blech, can't talk. the TARDIS ignores shit like that. So let's say even if it ignores speed, the TARDIS is traveling through different time and dimensions. Can this thing pass through time and dimensions?
I don't know.
Because
Probably not.
if it can't, then the beam can just get in the TARDIS.
Could it not just erase the TARDIS? Like before it takes off?
No, because the TARDIS is because with how the TARDIS operates, it has survived erasing. It has been able to survive getting out of erasing existence before.
Right. That's okay. I feel like that kind of tiptoes on the edge of crossover scaling, but whatever. For a fight like this, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Part of me can't help but feel like we're bending our own rules, but whatever. I don't care anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, honestly, right now it just sounds. It kind of feels like it's a bit of like I don't know, speed and
Versus
like
durability.
attacks during strength and durability in Fall Guys' cases, because.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't.
I'm confident that I'm confident that Fall Guys can take it.
I don't know. I'm trying to think.
Because again, it's like, how can, like, again, I'm positive, and again, I haven't looked into, but if physical means can't kill them, what makes it possible and plausible that something like this could kill them? Because again, that's the thing, they just keep coming back.
True.
Well, that's the thing. You said physical. This isn't really physical at all. It ignores every stat.
Okay, it's not a stat though. It's just how their anatomy is. They don't physically have stats that allow them to regenerate. It is part of their inner anatomy that they can come back from literally anything. So unless this can bypass anatomy and how it's coded in their DNA, I don't see this working.
Well, the thing is, like, it bypasses a lot of the stats in this game. There's, like, I mentioned might, move speed, regular speed, or projectile speed, as they call it. There's armor. I mentioned revival, recovery. Like, basically, the stats are basically, they just boil down to how strong is this character, how fast is this character, how fast is their projectiles, how tough is this character, how many times can they revive, how much can they heal, and the pentagram ignores all of it. The only things it doesn't ignore are cooldown and luck, but that, like, who cares? Those are, like, literally whatever. It also, yeah, give me a minute. It does evolve into a different weapon too, now we're really starting to get into why I freaking hate this game. At least from an outsider's perspective, anyway. Pentagram evolves into something else, and I can't remember what it is. I'm looking through my notes real quick. Give me a second.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, if I remember correctly, all it does is there's another stat that it ignores smile, but, like, the stats it doesn't ignore don't matter. Yeah, it evolves into Gorgeous Moon. Which basically they generate extra gems. Which, like, cool, whatever, who cares? They generate currency, smile. And then now it ignores luck. But again, who freaking cares? And then, like, if they can, like, if they're fast enough to, like, not only can this weapon ignore move speed, but, like, if the crewmates themselves are fast enough to, like, shoot asteroids out of the air, and a ship moving faster than light, they do be pretty speedy.
I was gonna say, yeah, but
I also think I could be mistaken. I didn't note it down because I admittedly forgot about it while I was writing my opening statement. But I'm pretty sure there's at least one weapon that can that's like some weird degree of stopping time or slowing down time.
okay.
Let me think. Let me see. Yeah, Clock Lancet. Chance to freeze enemies in time. And then it evolves into Infinite Corridor, which halves enemies' health.
Yeah.
Because, every weapon needs to evolve into freaking something, right?
Of course. Why shouldn't it?
I freaking hate this game. It's probably a really good game, but holy shit, was it tiring to look into.
I guess yeah.
So, extremely fast reactions, a chance to slow down time, a chance to freeze people in time, a weapon that ignores move speed, ignores an opponent's speed, and erases them out of whatever. Like, it erases them, basically.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Like,
I mean, also, I was gonna say, I'll also mention, their lasers. I wonder if, they could be hot enough to, sort of, just melt them. But, I don't know if that would fall under, just the Fall Guy's natural durability is that strong. So, maybe I shouldn't say that.
yeah. I mean, quite honestly,
but-
when it comes to their laser, I mean, I don't. At least in the base game, you throw crossovers into the mix, and this gets wild. At least in the base game, vaporizing even just the top half of a body isn't really that. I mean, it's impressive, but compared to even the basic of Toon Force shit, I don't think it's that noteworthy.
Right. Right. See, okay. Not gonna lie. Well, if it ignores durability, because my thing is, it just kind of feels like there's a lot more in Among Us's favor, but it's just, I don't know. Feels like putting down the Fall Guy permanently is semi impossible, but I don't know. Given the methods you said, I mean, my mind is leaning a little bit more towards Among Us, but I'm not sure.
I mean, the thing is, for me, right? I mean, we do not have time for it, but there's a part of me that wanted to throw in a small comparison between just their base games, just in case. But we don't have time to even consider that. So,
yeah.
We already did all of this shit, so screw it, dude. But quite honestly, they legit have ways to make sure that they can hit. I wondered about just a Fall Guys potentially blitzing them. I did wonder about that, but I just feel like they have enough hacks to counter that, and they have enough weapons that ignores speed. There are so many other weapons that I mean, now granted, Vampire Survivors makes a difference between speed and move speed, which is, in my opinion, really freaking dumb, but whatever, I'm not gonna judge. So speed ignores the speed of projectiles. It's they also call it projectile speed. So there's projectile speed and there's move speed. Move speed is what's really important, because that ignores that that talks about the movement speed of the character.
Right.
And weapons like Pentagram. There's another one that I don't think is super helpful, but there's another one that also ignores basically every stat. But it's kind of a one and done sort of thing. So if they screw it up, then they can't use it again. But I don't but I don't remember what it's called, and I don't have the energy to go look for it. I legit not even like finishing just the regular weapons descriptions and stats and whatnot. I legit have over 50 pages of notes on Among Us and all their crossovers. I severely underestimated how much shit this has got. But if they have a means to freeze an enemy in time, now granted, the description of that weapon says a chance to freeze them in time. I don't know what the chance odds are. Quite frankly, this is a weapon I absolutely should have looked up gameplay for, and I didn't. So but if they have that, and then they have a weapon that not only like erases an enemy completely, but also prevents them from ever coming back. I don't see the Fall Guys coming back from Pentagram. That's basically what I'm trying to say. The only question on my mind at that point is do I want to rely on that? That is one weapon. But it's one weapon that ignores basically everything. At least everything that's important. And depending on a potential speed advantage and then time stopping on top of that, or at the very least, maybe not time stopping completely, but freezing someone in time. Like if they can freeze a Fall Guy in time with Clock Lancet, or whatever it's freaking called, and then hit them with Pentagram. That's, as far as I'm concerned, that's it. Like if they can hit if they can hit them with Pentagram, they're dead and they're not coming back.
That's
like durability, regeneration, revivals, whatever, all of that be damned. It ignores all that.
Okay.
So
yeah. I mean, no, honestly, I feel like honestly, I kind of thought the opposite going into this, but I honestly feel like Among Us might be a safer bet now.
And that's ignoring that they have their own revival options and they have like over 100 different weapons outside of that, like on top of their own like they just have like combine all of their weapons with their shape-shifting abilities and one imposter in the Friday Night Funkin' mod, which I will. Okay, actually, I want to explain that real quick.
Yeah, please. I probably should have elaborated.
So, this is a weird. Okay, admittedly, this is kind of a weird gray area, but it is a fan-made mod. It was not made by the devs of Friday Night Funkin'. Okay. And if you don't know what that game is, it's a rhythm game. Basically, just go with that. That's about all I knew going into it, and that's about all I got coming out. Well, okay, that's not entirely true. I also picked up that this game might be a freaking fever dream. But I digress. So it was not made by Friday Night Funkin' devs. However, the people who did make it got help from devs at Inner Sloth. So okay, I think how the story goes is that they were that a bunch of fans were making an Among Us mod just because haha funny Among Us meme. Like Among Us in our favorite video game smile. That just sounds funny. So they made that. I saw like a semi-beta version. Like you could clearly tell it was fan made, right? It was relatively impressive. They had some writing to it. It's you can tell it wasn't written by professional writers. And then they remastered that mod with a bunch of other shit added to it, with the help from people at Innersloth. So the fact that Innersloth helped them make that is kind of why I included it.
Right.
It's not technically official to the game in question, but it was made by people who made Among Us. So
Yeah, I think that's close.
I think it's close enough to warrant it. And in a fight like this, where crossovers are wild as is, yeah. And in that, they can like, there's one imposter that can that literally warped the environment they were in. And it like shifted them to other environments that you can play in. And disguise itself as the other like imposters or crewmates you're competing against, because again, it's a rhythm game. It's presented as a rap battle. You don't hear any of the rapping in it, but it's basically like you know the gibberish speak in games like Banjo-Kazooie or Ukulele.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, it's imagine that, but in a rap battle. That's how it's presented, and it's a rhythm game. I also didn't note this down, okay, I did note it down, but I didn't have it in my statement. But one of the enemies in that mod, if you fail against it, your ghost dies. And I think there's similar. They can fight ghosts in Vampire Survivors too. So that kind of backs it up. Smile.
There you
go. So they can fight ghosts, and also, even in the base game, imposters can affect the physical world as a ghost. They can't kill anybody. They can't kill anybody. Granted, but they can still sabotage everything. So.
I was gonna say, like, they can sabotage everything, and I know I was thinking about the Guardian Angel. Like, this is under the assumption it's gonna be like a team fight, but like, assuming like the Guardian Angel, like, I know it doesn't. I don't think it works on imposters in the main game because that'd be silly. But like, I'm wondering if like the Guardian Angel ability can be applied onto like the imposter and like shield them from anything the Fall Guy. Like, even if like the Fall Guy managed to kill them, like they could just be shielded from death for like a one-time thing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You get it?
Yeah. Yeah, I actually have no idea. So
I forget because we haven't really played with those other roles.
No, because we don't have enough people. We never get a full lobby, and it's pissing me off.
Fair. Oh well. But okay.
I want to play. I want to play with those new role because I never played with like Noisemaker or Tracker, or Phantom.
Yeah.
I messed around with them in like free play and like tutorials, but like, but I never played with them in the main games. So,
yeah.
But
no, honestly, it does. I don't know. There might be something we're missing with Fall Guys, but like,
yeah,
I don't know. It does. It is kind of seeming like Among Us is the safer bet here. Like, it probably will be really hard for Among Us to like deal a finishing blow, but like, honestly, I feel like they might be able to, like, especially if like they're faster, which I feel like we made clear is the case. Like right. Even if
so I don't believe, like, so this is where if they're letting them use Final Fantasy stuff, then, and if they can count that, then I think the Final Fantasy spells also negate this this thing. But here's the other thing too. Are we certain that this pentagram spell can negate outside universes characters with their own set of rules and logic.
I mean, if you want to get technical, it might work on like Castlevania characters. So,
but that's a Castlevania character. That's not that's not a Fall Guy character. So, see, that's the question.
No, but it's not. It's not an Among Us character either, which is the point.
Yeah, I know, but again, it's like, okay. The point is that I don't see that. I
also don't like.
Battle,
I also don't like that logic. It doesn't work on other universe. Like, of course, it's like we don't see it work on other universe shit. It doesn't. We don't see Among Us crossover with Fall Guys. Like,
no, we don't.
Like if we were to have like, if we were to ignore like, if we were to ignore terms like that, if we were to be like, we don't know if it works outside of universe or something like that, then a lot of the debates we've already had on Death Battle would be incompatible. Like we've had Gojo versus Makima, any of the Naruto versus Bleach episodes we've gotten. If we assumed that, like, you know, like, sure, like Chakra and whatever, like they're from separate universes, so the rules don't play out the same. Smile. Then okay, cool. Now you've just made the fight unable to work. So like, yeah, I don't know. I don't like the idea of like it. I don't like relying on them surviving Pentagram just because they're built different. Okay, that's kind of the logic we're leaning at here, and that doesn't seem right.
I know, but again, I just don't see it. Like, I feel like there is something I probably missed that they're gonna find, because again, we've been down again. It's easy to go down this rabbit hole, but again, just remember, we ourselves are not capable of finding more than Death Battle themselves are. So see, that's why I believe there is a counter that the Fall Guys have on the Among Us characters. And once again, it's a matter of like, okay, look, in terms of versatility, the Among Us character, in terms of versatility and speed, they take it. But in terms of overall survivability, that is genetic. It does, like, again, it's genetic. That is, I definitely am positive that genetically they can survive something like that. That can just hacks them. And again, to counter that, they have equal hacks that just to the Among Us characters. Because again, the TARDIS, the web shooters, the Among Us costumes that they have that can regenerate just like an Among Us character can, that pretty much balances it out. And also, too, if they have Among Us skins, then does that not mean that, okay, are they not playing by the rules of how Among Us goes?
They're playing by the rules of how Among Us goes, but that doesn't take into account any crossovers. That doesn't take into account the FNF mod or Vampire Survivors or Samurai Gun or whatever. So, like, for the sake of that one specific game, for that one specific costume, I guess. But when we're throwing crossovers into the mix on both sides, then no, that doesn't matter. Because the game sure didn't. So I don't know. I will say I do concede that the Fall Guys are more like will be like harder to put down. I definitely I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, no, because again, and then there's also the fact that okay, the imposters have rudimentary ways of killing people. Whereas the Fall Guys beings, they legit have super strength. They can literally rip them apart if they wanted to. So it's essentially like Ghostface going up against Jason Voorhees in terms of just how out of your depth you are when it comes to killing people.
Sure.
Okay, but I mean, to be fair, the fact that they're faster could mean that like they might be able to just play the keep away game if you're going to go that logic.
That is true.
Since I feel like, because
like if they're faster and they have weapons that make sure that like the Fall Guy's speed doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like even ignoring a potential speed advantage from the offset, weapons that can like freeze them in time or ignore move speed can close the gap. Like even if they're at a disadvantage, let's hypothetically speaking, even if the Fall Guys are faster, okay, well, I was going to say that, but the obvious problem with that is that they would need to react and then use their weapons. But their weapons their weapons ignore speed, and there's one in particular that, like I said, freezes them in time. So they have ways to make sure that even if they're at a disadvantage, they can still keep up. They can still keep up in the speed department, and then like they have their own guns that can destroy planets. That feat in the Vampire Survivors trailer, by the way, is bonkers.
Oh yeah, I probably should elaborate on the golden egg. So like, does that mean
I've elaborated as much as I can. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know anything more than that. They are eggs and they contain universes in them. So that is legitimate.
Okay, so do you think that means Among Us that they should be on a universal scale English?
Probably.
No.
I don't know.
Okay.
But probably.
Okay, because if we are going by that logic, because
I would not go that far, no.
Okay.
Because again, we're just using. So here's the thing. I do not know what are the chances that they are going to let the vampire. Because again, we don't know what they're going to give them. We don't know what they are going to give. Like, so.
But we're operating on our rules. These are what we got.
Here's the thing, though. I'm trying to connect our rules to their rules. So here's the thing.
We don't know. That's the problem. We don't know what their rules are. We have no idea. Everything we've just mentioned could probably not even be in the episode at all. The entire episode could just be the base Among Us game versus the base Fall Guys game, and all of this entire debate conversation we've been having was pointless. That's the problem. We actually have no idea. And I want everybody watching, again, please keep that in mind. So if we make our call and we're wrong, and it's because it's because they either used something that we didn't, or we used something that they didn't, don't get on our cases about it, okay? We didn't know. We're recording this 2 days after the Among Us analysis preview came out, and it didn't tell us shit. So yeah. It was a fantastic preview. I don't want anybody to think that I hate the preview. It was fantastic. I loved it. This episode's gonna be a fever dream, and I love that about it. But as far as are they using crossovers? At the moment, we still have absolutely no idea. So I don't know if they're using the crossovers at all. I don't know if they're doing the same rules that we are. I don't know if they're gonna be like, hey, so they Among Us fought people from Castlevania, therefore they scale to literally everything in Castlevania. Smile.
Gosh.
No idea. So we're just going under crossovers are fine. Crossover scaling is no.
Yeah, which I mean.
But the golden eggs are something, at least as far as I understand it. Again, I probably looked into this for maybe 5 minutes.
Exactly.
So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and admit right out the gate that that compared to like Omni-Man, Giorno, and Eggman, my research for this is lacking.
And so is mine, but at least I'm confident in my base research because, again, in a base research with the crossover skins that they get abilities for, I'm confident that the Fall Guys have ways to get around the Fall Guys in terms of the Among Us characters, because again, we do not know what the Among Us characters. We do not know if they are going to operate similar to our ground rules. So, just in terms of that, I believe that with their superior durability, strength, and also the fact that they have access to stuff like the TARDIS and web shooters, and the fact that if they wanted to, they can regenerate even harder with an Among Us skin right there. And plus, two, here's another thing: we've never seen Fall Guys beings operate as ghosts or imply that they have souls.
True.
So we do not know. So again, just saying, I've done this 3 times, and I've done this 3 times, and I'm confident one last time that that my record will be 4-0, and the Fall Guys will not let me down because the others did not.
All right, so we're bringing smug energy into this. I'm just kidding.
Hey, I'm just saying.
I'm kidding.
I know. No, but again, it's just like I don't see it. Like I do not see how their durability can be bypassed. Because again, even by the logic of their own universe, if their durability can't be bypassed in their own universe, what makes anyone believe that this thing can bypass their durability? Granted, it is probably something they haven't dealt with before, I'll give you that, but they have ways to get out of these types of situations. All they have to do is just walk up to an Among Us being and rip them in half. It couldn't be more simpler than that. Whereas the Among Us characters cannot kill them. So just saying, choose very carefully, ZDogg.
Oh, why not? Why me specifically?
Because me and Bro were already positive who we were going for out of the gate.
I guess.
Yeah, sure. I guess you could say that.
No, I can't say that. It's like, have you not done that for the past 3 debates you and I have had?
I mean, I've had an idea, but I did not have an idea on this one.
Okay, well...
I just did the Among Us research, alright? Leave me alone.
I know. Also, we need to move on, because...
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Okay, final calls. Richard, you're going Fall Guys. I got that part.
Yeah.
ZDogg, pick one.
Okay. At the moment, it does sound like it will be a trickier fight to determine than I initially expected. My gut's telling me Among Us just because of just the speed, the sheer speed, and also all the Vampire Survivors weapons. It sounds like it gives them an easier chance to win. That's my thought process. And even if they don't, it sounds like again, yeah. That's what I'm going with. I'm going Among Us.
All right, I'm gonna go Among Us too. And I'm just gonna point out right here, right now, if they don't include any of this shit in the final episode, if the final episode is just the base games, I'm like, after this, I'm actually gonna be a little upset. Cause like, all right, cool, I did all of this research for freaking nothing. Cause when the hell else I'm like, I know it's like information is always useful in some way, and it's like, all right, cool, now I have notes on Vampire Survivors, smile, but like, when the hell else am I gonna use them again?
You never know. There could be a Vampire Survivors matchup in hiding.
Yeah, I guess. But I don't ever want to look at this game ever again. and I'm sorry to any fans of this game that are watching this. I really do apologize. I will grant you I haven't actually played it myself, but I am so goddamn done.
All right, well, we shall see if third time's the charm or if it'll be broken for the two to 1 votes.
Just know that
funny how this is.
And I just want everyone watching to know that if Richard's not on the next episode, it's because I kicked him, because he'll be bragging about it if the Fall Guys win.
I have this right now. I don't mind. I'm just gonna. It's gonna be fun. That's all I care about right now.
He pretends as if I'm gonna care when the episode drops, because I guarantee you I don't.
No, yeah, it's like look, it's like, again, it makes me feel happy. It makes me feel happy that a character I really want to win wins. That's okay. Look, I'm allowed to be prideful. Okay,
I'm allowed to be prideful, but you start boasting about it, I'm gonna get upset.
I'm not boasting. So again, it's like, look, I had a right to boast. Okay, real quick, I had a right to boast about Omni-Man and Bardock because the entire community, all of y'all, were literally telling me how crazy I was. I have equal right to do that. I have a second right to do it for Bowser versus Eggman because they literally covered 50% of what I said. If they do it third, and if I win a third time, I'm just gonna be happy because it's like I feel really proud that I've come this far as a researcher compared to a couple of years ago.
Yeah. Well, good for you. Good for you.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Also, yeah. Again, I feel great. Like I'm allowed to feel great about it, and you would be too. Don't you pretend if Megatron did win, and
I
wouldn't be smug. And you wouldn't be posting.
I wouldn't say I'd be smug, but I'd be happy as hell.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like, look, we're humans. Okay? We do this thing. True. It's fun to be. It's fun to do this. That's the thing. I have fun.
But just know if I hear and I told you so, I'm not. You're not in the next episode. So. Anyways,
I know where you are.
Fun, because we have a little more to talk about.
Yeah,
we have a little bit more time left, so we should get to the topic that we absolutely skipped last time. Okay, so we have a third topic to talk about. So Kickstarter, animators, Luis, Torrian, they're making new episodes. They're making one new episode each for the future.
Oh yeah,
we funded that.
Yeah, we did. We funded it.
So yeah. So if you watched Scooby vs. Courage, Jack vs. Afro, if you didn't, how are you even here? How did you watch those episodes? How did you not watch those episodes and you're watching this podcast? Yeah, Luis is making a third one. So we're going to talk about that. We were going to talk about that last time, but we spent like 3 hours talking about who wins Bowser versus Eggman. So we're going to talk about it here. Yes, we do. But anyways, so we're gonna talk about Luis first. So we're each gonna give one matchup each that we think each animator is gonna we either think or hope that each animator is gonna do. We're gonna get creative. So I know there's the possibility of them working on future episodes we already know about. Like I know people are talking about Luis animating Wily versus Tom. I know people are talking about Torrian animating Ruby versus Maka. That's all well and good. We're gonna get creative and not mention any of that.
It would be, don't get us wrong, it would be completely awesome and warranted if they worked on those episodes, but let's get original here. Come on.
Yeah. So with that in mind, we're gonna talk about Luis first because we were gonna talk about him last time and we didn't. So
what hand-drawn fight could this lad do that he hasn't already?
Yeah. So, who wants to go first? Please don't be me because I still need to think of one.
All right, okay. I'll go.
All right, go.
All right. So Luis did say that this was his most requested fight that he had wanted to do, and if there's a chance he can do it, I would like to see it. But that would be Megas XLR versus Big O.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mech fight.
Yes, a mech fight because chicks dig giant robots.
Yes.
I will make these guys watch. I promise. I promise. I will make these guys watch Megas XLR when we're done with Death Battle stuff for the year.
How long is Megas XLR?
Megas XLR was a Cartoon Network show from the early 2000s.
I know what
Cartoon Network was.
I know what it is. How long is it?
Oh, 2 seasons.
And how many episodes are in each season?
About the average, around I'd say 13 episodes.
All right,
Maybe
cool,
about
bet.
26.
All right, cool,
Yeah.
bet. All right, I'm down.
I was gonna, I actually didn't remember what Megas XLR was. I was gonna joke, Luis does have a thing for Cartoon Network shows and these hand-drawn.
It's true, he does.
So I mean, I guess this would be a good choice. I don't really know anything about either, but you know what? It's a mech
I know.
fight. I'm sure it could be cool.
We had that. I know we had that Big O Death Battle cast ages ago.
Oh right.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, 13 episodes for each season. That's how long it is. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Bet. This is I'm posting in the chat a picture of Megas XLR.
Yes. This would be cool because mainly for Megas. Like, let me talk about it for Megas. I haven't seen Big O, but for Megas, essentially, think of what it would be like if Michael Bay made a cartoon that was all about 3 things: giant robots, chicks, and wrestling / video games. And you get the greatest underrated testosterone show you've ever seen. So Luis and I are on the same wavelength. I've wanted Megas XLR in Death Battle because it would be so cool for this to get a revival in popularity. And there's Big O. Look at that thing. Looks fucking amazing. And I feel like Megas is one of those underrated cartoons that suffered a cruel fate, and mainly because when it was on, it got slotted between Teen Titans and the 03 show and Codename Kids Next Door. I could be misremembering that last one. And after a second season, Cartoon Network canceled it. But they didn't just cancel it. Oh, no. WB, being early WB, they basically gave it a tax write-off. So that means Megas was forbade from ever getting a DVD release, any toys. Hell, it was even forbade from even showing up on Cartoon Network in future anniversaries, which is why it has been lost to time. The only way to watch it is on pirate sites. That's it.
Yikes.
Yeah.
That's really bad.
Well, you know what? Now I want an episode with this series to happen just so it can get it in the spotlight again, because that's rough.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, Big O's only 13 episodes. We could do both of them so quickly. Okay.
Yes, we could.
Okay, down. Let's do it.
All right, awesome. But yeah, so the premise of this is literally giant mech fight. Think Megazord. Think Megazord versus Voltron, but involving wrestling moves and crazy, ridiculous amounts of weapons that are so fucking over the top. There is no way this could be done in live action. Absolutely not. This would just be an epic fight to see. I would love it. And so, knowing that Luis would like to do it is awesome.
So I have no doubt that Luis could absolutely pull this off, right? Like that man is ridiculous. I get that. The only thing that's like this is the artist side of me speaking. So
drawing.
Yeah. So if I remember correctly, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, But both Jack versus Afro and Scooby versus Courage were drawn frame by frame, right? There weren't like
yes.
There wasn't like there wasn't like puppet shit like in the 2D Rooster Teeth stuff or like weird 3D-esque movement like Moro's animations.
No.
It's like frame by frame, everything is drawn.
Yep.
So
that for a mech like sounds kind of rough.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I mean, I imagine they could simplify it a little bit. I get that. Like they could simplify the designs a little bit. But even still, that sounds.
That sounds rough. Yes, but here's the thing.
If he can do it, and if he's asking to do it, then let him do it. Like I'm.
Yeah, no. See, here's the thing. Luis did state Scooby versus Courage was much easier on him. It was still very aggravating, but what made it simpler and better this time around, excuse me, is that he had sources and help from everyone. So it wouldn't just be him. He would essentially come up with the designs, and he would definitely have to draw it frame by frame. But in terms of the environments, in terms of the effects, in terms of everything else, that could be handled by other people. Luis would just have to draw the fight and the action. Or you could even have other animators come in. Like, let's say if we get close-ups of the fighters in their cockpits, it's not drawn by Luis, but it could be drawn by Zack Attack. It could be drawn by Origin. It could be drawn by Moro, of all people. Like, it doesn't have to entirely be on Luis this time around, because he did. He said that Scooby versus Courage was literally much better of a process than Jack versus Afro. Because aside from one person helping him, he did all of the work on Jack versus Afro, all of it, including the environment and the storyboard.
You'd probably remember how many pilots are in Mega 6LR, because I think the Big O is just one.
There is one pilot. So basically, to make a long story short, Megas is a robot from the future, from the year 3000, that's supposed to be piloted by this amazing badass fighter chick named Kiva, but it gets sent back in time, and it ends up in a junkyard where it's recovered by Coop, yes, that's his actual name. Coop takes it out of the dumpster, and because he's a mechanic and he's a huge fan of video games and wrestling, normal shit that you or I like, he was able to rebuild Megas, give it a car for a head, and include nothing but modern 2000s technology in it, and it only can be operated and piloted by him. Because when Kiva wanted to try and pilot it, she completely didn't understand the layout of how Coop designed it, because again, she's from the year 3000 and she doesn't understand how to fully operate something that was built using modern time technology.
Right. Okay. I only asked because I was just wondering about this from a production standpoint, because the way Megas looks, it kind of looks like a Megazord.
Kind of.
So I was like, is there like multiple pilots in this? Because that could be rough from like a production standpoint.
No. So because it's R. Okay. So here's the deal. There are only two people. There are two passengers. Kiva herself, who's actually trying to train Coop into better utilizing all of Megas's more powerful weapons, and Coop's best friend, whose name escapes me, but he's voiced by Steve Bloom. So he's immediately.
Well, now we have to watch it.
Yeah, absolutely. So they are Coop's ride-alongs. They are there with him in the action, and they are essentially just playing the role of bystanders, but in the car. So Coop is the main one who operates it.
So, like, if we have Megas in a death battle, we could just have that one pilot and no one else.
Yes, you can just have Coop. You can have it be Coop if you want to.
Okay, cool. Because I was wondering if it was like going to be like a multiple pilots versus one, and then you get multiple voice actors for that. On top of the animation for that, I don't know. That would have sounded a little wild, but but if it's just the one, then
you can at least have, if you had to have a secondary character be there, you can either have it be Kiva or his best friend. Because again, they don't do much. They're just there to watch as he pilots the Zord.
All right, cool. I'm down. Giant mecha fight. I'm cool.
Yeah.
I mean,
Sure.
you sold me on that alone.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm always down for more giant mech fights. I'm okay with that. All right.
And like I said before, Luis does have a passion for Cartoon Network shows, so
Yeah, true.
Screw it
Yeah.
at this rate.
So, ZDogg, what's yours?
All right. Okay. I have two in mind. I'm only gonna focus on one. I mean, okay. I'm gonna be a little biased here because both of these two are in my most wanted.
And just like that, I think I know where this is going.
Well, it's one of two. So,
Well,
right,
if it's not what I think it is, then that's probably what mine's gonna be. So go ahead.
all right, you know what? Then in that case, screw it. Do Skipper versus Perry.
That is not what I thought you were going with, but yes, do it.
Perry the platypus. Okay. Yeah. So, again, I mean, I feel like I'm just going in the realm of like, oh, we should do a cartoon fight, and I mean, like, yeah, I might be biased, and I don't know. I just think, I don't know. I just personally just really want this fight, and I think he could pull it off really well. So,
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know how much.
I have no complaints. It's Skipper versus Perry. Do it. How have we not done it already?
Exactly. This for real, like, gosh.
Like, I don't get it.
It feels like they should have done this a while ago, but whatever. But I mean, I feel like Luis could handle like this style of fight pretty well. And
He could.
I don't know. I feel like it's relatively simple. Like,
Yeah, it's two animals. It's two anthropomorphic animals fighting each other.
I mean, there's some James Bond gadgetry going on, but
Yeah, more
it
Perry
shouldn't be
than
that hard. But
yeah, probably not.
more from Perry than Skipper, because Skipper just uses whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah, Skipper just kind of uses whatever is at his disposal, which, to be fair, can be freaking anything.
Yeah, no. Also, too,
He used a
this is
cheese
more
puff.
for
He did use a
this is more
cheese
for an
puff.
analyses joke. This is more for an analyses joke, but I definitely want to hear Boomstick say whiz analysis. Just have Wiz be the one, be the Kowalski of the analyses.
Yes.
No, even better. Have Major Monogram show up in the analysis in a Perry section.
Oh,
Comedy
yeah.
Oh, yes.
Comedy gold, I tell you. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what more I could say. Like, I don't know. I feel like Luis has like a cartoon, the cartoon style pulled down really well, and I feel like this could be one that I think would be simpler, but would lead to a lot of fun stuff. So, and I just really want to see it. It's like been in like my top. It's been like one of my most requested fights for like a long while.
Yeah.
So you know what? Make it happen. I mean, I know you could say that about the other one, but like, I don't know. I've just been asking them for this for longer, so it's good.
Yeah. No, I completely agree.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess I'll say mine. I'm gonna go ahead and say this right now. Okay, this is the other one that I think ZDogg was thinking of. At least this is a fight that I very much associate ZDogg with. I'm going to go ahead and say full well that if when this fight does happen, I'm more than well aware that it is more than most likely going to be sprites, but screw it, dude. Yeah, give us Luis versus Ann.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, but yeah, this was the other one.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
Yeah. No, honestly, I mean, if you want to explain this a little more, you go ahead. I don't want to steal you.
Yeah, I mean, what do you want me to say? It's Luis versus Ann. Like, first of all, I mean, since ZDogg got us both on the brain rot, watch both of these shows.
Hell yeah, baby.
please do yourself a favor and watch both shows.
Thank you.
And someone might be asking, well, how much would you recommend one or the other? Both. There's no one or the other. Watch both.
Exactly.
If you're watching one, you're watching the other, and that is just fact. Hell, it's so much fact that both communities are actually super chill with each other, which I was surprised to see. I guess I'm so off the deep end when it comes to like two franchises with similar like themes and similar communities they know about each other and they're at each other's throats. A cough Mario versus Sonic. But or cough Marvel versus DC. Anyways, but no, Owl House and Amphibia fans are super chill with each other, and I was so surprised to see it, but I'm totally cool with it.
And the creators are actually best friends, and they've done a ton of collaborations together. And
aren't they working on another one like right now?
I think so. Yeah, they would talk to one another. They would talk to one another while their shows were going on concurrently. And of course, famously, they did an unofficial crossover episode with each members of the cast, and it was fucking amazing. And it's a damn crime that Disney did not commission a special to have both shows cross over with each other. It really very sad. And again, this is from Disney of all people. They loved having their shows crossovers back in the day, with their 90s block, their early 2000s block. I mean, shit. They still do it today. They're still doing crossovers today. So to not have an Amphibia and Owl House crossover is just a crime against humanity that Disney has committed. I would love to see these two in death battle. It does suck. It does suck that it still has not happened. It even sucks harder that it was not there on the Kickstarter, because I guarantee you this is a me thing. If they had announced Luz versus Anne was going to be a special tier for the Kickstarter, everyone would have donated their soul to get that to happen. To happen. Excuse me, forget the grammar mistake. ZDogg is fully to blame for both Bro and I loving not just these shows but these characters, and it would and you see the passion people have, because there have been custom animations, there have been fan scripts, like there's even an ongoing comic showing these characters fight and what it would look in a visual aesthetic, and it just is amazing. And again, I don't want this to be another Star versus Steven where Death Battle finally does the matchup 3 years down the line and everyone's just kind of lost interest in it.
Yeah, long after people stopped caring.
Yeah, exactly.
This is a fight that needs to happen sooner rather than later, because with both shows being over. Don't let this be another Cole versus Alex thing where it took literally a decade to get it. Yeah. I mean, at least for this one compared to Steven versus Star, they at least still have at least a little bit of wiggle room, because the Owl House at least the Owl House's ending is still at least relatively recent.
True.
And they did that they did that Death Battle cast on it literally right after the Owl House ended, so just to kind of really get a feel for how this fight works.
Look. The best way we're going to get this episode is if you blow up their suggestion box with it, because they have said, just if you want a fight, just put it in our suggestion box. So again, just blow it up.
Indeed.
So
I mean, okay,
yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm regardless of if it's Spire or hand drawn, I am predicting this fight is going to happen sometime next year, regardless. I honestly, in fact, I posted on my DeviantArt page. I made a whole Kickstarter era prediction thing. Luz versus Anne was actually in the fourth spot besides Joker Giorno. So I do think this fight is definitely going to happen next year. And while I would be okay with it in sprites, I would be so down if Luis hand drawn animated. Like, with how much these two can do and how beautiful their transformations are, I feel like this could be a visually very stunning fight. And I mean, these two shows and characters being among my favorite in recent years, that doesn't hurt. Like, me wanting this fight to happen eventually. Like we said, please, if you haven't watched either shows, please do so. They are among the best in animated cartoon history, in my opinion. So
absolutely.
And seeing their stories and their characters get covered on the show would be so great. Of course, it would suck that one of them would have to die, but like, I think Death Battle is more than capable of. Yeah, I think Death Battle is more than capable enough to make it work and make it seem respectful.
Depending on what the outcome is, I already know the perfect way you can end it, but that's neither here nor there.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
Yeah. But yeah, you know what? I do want this fight to happen. If Luis does it, I'd be ecstatic. Like I said, it is my second choice right now. If I were to pick one, it's interchangeable, really. But so hey, you know what? If you can make it work, do it. And
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the first time we've talked about this matchup since watching both shows. All right.
I know, right?
You think we would have talked about it much sooner than that, but oh well. I mean, I guess that's what happens.
Well.
That's what happens when we have a hiatus caused by a company shutdown. But either way,
indeed. All right.
So I guess with that said, let's move on to Torrian and ZDogg. I'm gonna go ahead and command that you go first because now that you've posted this, I know exactly what your matchup is. Smile.
Okay, yeah, I thought about that after I posted it. Screw it. All right, so obviously, while I do want it to be Ruby versus Maka, since that is off the table, considering the two specific episodes this man has animated in the past, I'd say it's more than fitting that we get the third. How about we get like a trilogy going with this man? He's done Dante versus Bayonetta. He's done Virgil versus Sephiroth. Both kicked ass. Why not complete the trilogy and go Nero versus Hellboy? Get all the DMC boys on here and make it kick ass. Or, I don't know, pull another Nero opponent out of the air. It's gonna be Hellboy, let's be honest, but you know what I mean.
I'm gonna go ahead and give a solid hell yeah to this.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm kind of ashamed of myself that I didn't think of this, but
yeah, I honestly thought you would have thought this frame one, but whatever.
Oh well, I have another matchup anyway, so
okay, cool.
But unless Richard steals it from me, actually no, I'm gonna go next.
Go ahead.
But I'm gonna wait. Let's talk about Nero versus Hellboy. Yeah, I mean, what do you want me to say? Yes, do it. Really, I want them to do this because DMC stats have changed so much since Virgil versus Sephiroth.
For sure.
A whole ass game came out after it. Yeah. I'd be very interested to see how this would go nowadays. I know Kirby Kid is also a huge fan of this match too. So
Hey.
So yeah, let him cook.
Yeah, let him cook indeed. Yeah. The only thing is that I'm not 100% sure how Hellboy's Arsenal could play in 3D. That's the only thing I could think of why this shouldn't be in 3D and by Torrian. But I think Torrian can definitely make it work. He clearly has a passion for DMC stuff, so I'm sure he can make it work really well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Actually, I do wonder, because I know there was that one Hellboy game, that was
yeah.
Right? Yeah, it was. It's a roguelike, but it's a light roguelike.
Okay. I'm just wondering, I'm kind of wondering if they would go with that model or if they would just go with the Injustice model now.
If they're pulling from if they're doing the DMC5 model for Nero, they probably have to do the Injustice 2 model for Hellboy.
Yeah, the Injustice 2 model just looks better.
Fair enough.
I'm sure that, like if it's Torrian, I mean Devil has his own, like people like Devil Artemis have their own 3D style, so like they would just have to do the DMC5 model for Nero and the Injustice 2 model for Hellboy. But it like I don't know how Torrian handles like rendering or texture work or whatever. But, like if he wants to pull from the new Hellboy game and probably like take the DMC5 model for Nero, but like adjust it so that it looks, stylize the hell out of it. You could probably make that work. That'd probably be like more aesthetically pleasing because like the Hellboy comics, I haven't read them, but I've seen the art from them. They get wild.
Oh yeah, no idea.
For sure.
I mean, I haven't seen much from that game, but I saw that trailer when it was announced at the Game Awards, and my mind was blown. So yeah, please do this. Just like animation potential alone, this fight is sick.
Oh yeah.
Here.
And then you remember, oh hey, doesn't Nero have like legitimately one of the best themes in Devil May Cry history? Yeah. All right, cool. Let's work with that. And that's Devil May Cry music we're talking about, so that's saying something.
Actually, no, never mind. Well, so we haven't had one officially. I was gonna say we haven't had a DMC style track since freaking One Winged Angel. So I mean, gosh.
Right.
Well, I mean, we haven't had a DMC episode since.
Yeah, that's exactly.
So
that's what I was
like,
saying.
that's probably why.
But yeah, so that gives us a chance to do that again. So like hell yeah.
But I do know, and I can speak from experience, Brandon can cook with a DMC-esque track, because not only did he do like a Virgil commission that we talked about 3 years ago, Jesus Christ, but then Nero himself got his own vocal commission track against Yang, that is equally sick. So yeah. So I'm completely down for this.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm completely down for this anyway, but just get Nero on the show. Okay, I'm gonna say this because I know that like there's a question of what people want the next DMC episode to be. Because I know there's clamoring for like both Dante and Virgil to come back, and I'm totally down for that. But do Nero first.
Agreed.
Nero first, then we can bring back Dante and Virgil. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I agree.
So yeah, I'm cool with that. All right, my go, so that Richard doesn't steal it from me. Because if he and I are on the same wavelength, we're not. But at least I don't think we are.
Should be.
But if he and I are thinking of the same matchup, then if he says it first, then I'm gonna be lost. So
go ahead.
So this idea is purely just because I'm saying this purely because I know how much of a fan Torrian is of this one character. I think Richard knows where I'm going now.
Just say it. I'm not gonna say it. Just say it.
Let's put Torrian on Shulk versus Lightning.
Okay.
I know full well how much of a huge fan Torrian is of Lightning. I know like ages ago they had that community battle that Torrian actually partook in, and he was like so not convinced on how Lightning could ever possibly lose that. But
spoiler alert, because Xenoblade gets wild from what I hear. But yeah.
But yeah, I mean, just in general, this fight sounds sick. Both of them have like I don't know a lot about either of them, but I'm pure like I said, I'm purely picking this because A, it's a sword fight. We need more sword fights. And B, I know how much Torrian likes Lightning, and I know Lightning versus Shulk is her big one. So let's just do that and put Torrian on it, and then there we go. Easy dubs all around, right?
There you go.
So, and I know both of them have some crazy shit on top of. Hey, they're really strong swordsmen. Smile. My headphones died. God damn it.
All right. Yes. I mean, hey, I'm down for it. It sounds like it'd be cool. I mean, hey, it lets Torian work with a character he really likes. It gets us a Final Fantasy that isn't 7, so that's welcomed.
True.
And hey,
I didn't even think about that, but yes.
I'd be down, and I'd be down to learn more about Xeno. And more people into it, so we take those for sure.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Richard.
Okay, so I had to be creative and think outside the box here because I had to rely on what Torian was working on. So for that reason, this one's going to be interesting. I'm going to go ahead and say I would like to see Torian work on Cal Kestis from the Jedi Survivor series versus Delsin Rowe from Infamous 2.
Ooh.
I'm sorry, what? This is a new one to me. Okay.
Yeah, that's a new one, but that might be fascinating, actually.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So in case y'all don't know, Torian worked at Respawn, and he was mainly in charge of handling some of the cinematic shots, but also some other things, technically wise, on the sequel to Jedi Fallen Order, Jedi Survivor, the series, the only, and I make no exaggeration, the literally only good thing to come out of Disney's Star Wars, or EA Star Wars for that matter. Cal Kestis is one of those Jedi characters that is actually a fucking Chad. It would be very nice to see him in Death Battle, and Torian definitely has never gotten the chance to work on a high-quality Star Wars episode. The closest was Samus versus Boba Fett remastered, but that's about it as far as I can remember. And again, it would all on the flip side of that, it would be nice to see Delsin make an appearance in Death Battle now that Cole has had his fill. And I know the common consensus was Cole versus Korra, but I actually do not like that. I just feel like it is better to have.
You mean
Cal
Delsin?
Versus... Yeah, Delsin. Sorry, why did I say it? Damn it. Thank you.
Sorry, I completely zoned out for a second because I'm paying attention to another chat real quick.
No.
And I come back and I hear Cole versus Delsin, and I'm like, or not Cole versus Korra, and I'm like, wait, what? Yeah. Wait, what did I miss?
No. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. I don't like Delsin versus Korra. I really don't. I feel like this match is actually much better now that you think about it, and it would be very cool if you played Infamous 2. It would be very fun to see Delsin's abilities go up against Cal's, and this is actually more or less an even fight. Because at this current point, Cal is not doing ridiculous over-the-top shit like force grab a Star Destroyer, or his force abilities are on the same level of like Anakin Skywalker or Master Yoda. No, he's actually somebody that I can see Delsin having a tricky time with, but it really could go either way on who would win. And it would be very nice. It would just essentially be Torian working on a property that he's familiar with, but also one that he actually helped out making. And again, we need more Infamous reps, because
that's true.
It's sad it took over a decade to get Cole into Death Battle. I don't want to wait that long for Delsin. I really feel like Delsin should be in Death Battle now.
And I mean, hey, yeah. Cole versus Alex did pretty well, all things considered. So
it did, and it's like, and look, I mean, it's Star Wars and Infamous. I mean, that's a very unique combo that I don't think a lot of people would think about. But now that you start to think about it on a at least on a structure, on a versus series structure, it does. It comes off as more even, in my opinion. And it would just be nice to see both these characters interact with each other. And also, too, it's like, hey, we get another good Star Wars W, because we kind of need one after Vader lost his episode. So yeah.
And I mean, hey, with Cal, I've always loved Cal as like a combatant, not only because of his force abilities, but that he brings a new like sense, at least new to me, a new sense of like lightsaber combat, because like his lightsaber, like it doubles as both like a dual bladed thing like Darth Maul, but he can like split it apart.
Ooh.
Yeah, and it also functions as a crossblade like Kylo Ren's lightsaber.
Ooh. Okay.
And he also can wield it. Yeah, so he already has a cool advantage. He literally has a Swiss Army lightsaber, and he also has a blaster. So he's not so unlike Obi-Wan Kenobi, he's not afraid to shoot some fools.
So yeah, I mean, frankly, I'm down for Cal to get on against basically anybody. So like you mentioned Cal Kestis, and I'm like, all right, you've already sold me. Where are we going with this? Absolutely was not expecting Delson Rowe, but hey, who am I to argue?
Yeah. Not gonna lie, this is the first time I'm ever hearing of this matchup, but not gonna lie, I'm already sold. This honestly sounds really cool, and you know what? It does sound like it would be a very nice thing for Tori to work on and like showcase how far he's come since like season. Oh gosh, I don't. Since his past episodes, I'll just say that because I hate them.
Because season 8 was his last episode.
Yep. Yeah. I hate it. So yeah, you know what? I'm completely down for this. Yep. Yeah. You know what? And you know what? I don't know if this is gonna be the only time he works on the show, but you know what? If he gets a second one, I'm also down for this. This is like,
yeah,
straight up.
Like I would be down for him to work on this in the future. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, no, and again, it's a new facet of Star Wars that we're getting because okay, if you haven't played the Jedi Survivor series, please God play them. Like they are.
I played Fallen Order. I think I have Survivor. I just never had the time to play it.
Yeah, like Survivor's even better with where it takes the story. Like no joke, Cal as a character is legitimately so well written. It makes you kind of astonished that he exists in a video game aspect, because this type of character writing and where his story goes, it's unheard of for it not to just be translated into live action. And believe me, I think Disney has toyed with the idea of bringing Cal into live action, but nothing's been said yet.
I mean, it helps that Cal looks exactly like his actor.
Yeah, exactly. And also too, Delson is such a unique conduit from Cole, because Cole had abilities that were based that he could use anytime he wanted. And he can mix them, whereas Delson has these type of abilities that, okay, you have to go to specific areas or specific people to get the abilities.
I was about to say, isn't Delson's ability basically that he takes other people's abilities?
He takes other people's ability, he gets their abilities, but basically, okay, example. So he can fire neon energy and even travel as a neon bolt, but in order for him to achieve this, he has to literally touch a neon sign in order to get these powers.
Right.
So it's very situational based. He needs to have the right situations and circumstances in order to switch from power to power.
Does this power work on question? I mean, this is kind of diving into debate, which I don't really want to do.
No, that's fair.
But does this power work on people? Like, did it work on other conduits? I'm not familiar with Second Son, so forgive me. But
okay, so from like, what do you mean? Like, could he suck someone?
Like, if he touches like you mentioned, like if he touches a neon sign, he can get neon powers. If he touches a conduit's powers, does he get? If he touches a conduit, does he get that conduit's powers?
That is essentially how it works, yes. But the game only gives you a specific few powers. So, but if you're asking, like, okay, like if him and Cole ever fought, could he touch Cole and get his powers? The answer is yes, he could. However, he would have to. Here's the thing. When he touches somebody's powers, it shuts off his power. So let's say if let's just say, for example, he's fighting Cole. He's using his neon powers to try and close the gap and get away, or he's trying to get away from Cole. But if Cole gets on him, and if Delson ever so much as touches him, he loses access to those power set. It's not in rotation. He essentially gets a new person's power, and he has to figure out how to use that power. So
I guess what I'm asking is if he touches Cal,
could he get the Force? No.
Ooh.
No, he couldn't get the Force. No, because the Force is again, with how Infamous works, a conduit's powers is basically genetic. Like it's genetically in them thanks to the bomb. So, and the Force is not genetic. Anybody can learn the Force. They just proper training, or they have to. In this case, I guess you have to have a proper midichlorian count in order to do it. So no, he could not have access to the Force if he touched him.
Okay.
But if he touched his lightsaber, I'm pretty sure with how the lightsaber is, I don't think he could drain anything off of it. But if still, it would be very fun. See, that's the thing. This is a very fun fight to debate. So I really would like to see this.
All right, cool.
I've been sold on this now, so I'm down as well.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, like you tell me a Cal Kestis match, I'm probably gonna be okay with it. That's kind of how I am with similarly for another Star Wars rep. That's how I am with like Darth Revan. Even though I know nothing about him as a character, I've seen his design and I'm already sold.
Yeah.
There you go.
This man wields freaking a red and purple lightsaber.
Oh,
I'm
dude,
like, yep, cool, down.
I could go on an hour. I could go on for an hour telling you about Darth Revan. And
all right, cool. That's why we're
cool.
and that right there is why we're not going to.
Okay, that's a good segue.
Who knows? Maybe he'll appear, and then we can do that then. But not now.
Yeah.
Now we're ending it.
All right, and what are we segueing to? We're segueing to the end because we need to stop.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed this episode. I hope you enjoyed Bowser versus Eggman. If you didn't, how?
What's wrong with you?
You are not a human being.
You're not a human being. No, this is what we've come down to. Yep, I agree with that wholeheartedly. Anyways, yeah. So hope you enjoyed that. Hope you're looking forward to Among Us versus Fall Guys. Let us know who let us know who you think is gonna win, and let us know who did a shittier job debating for the character.
Agreed. Yes. No. Please let us know. I agree.
Because
I think we earned a break after.
Boy.
Yeah, I think you know what. After the last few, I think we've deserved a break.
Yeah.
Yeah. We need a break.
Yeah, we need a. Thank God that after this episode we're getting a small hiatus. And I say small because any hiatus is considered small after what we went through.
Agreed. And we're gonna spend that hiatus by maybe planning out future videos, and we're gonna watch Megas XLR and Big O.
Yep. So that seems like what we're gonna do. Yeah. All right. And then let us know what you guys. I said this last episode and no one did it. So let us know in the comments what episodes you want/think Luis and Torrian to do. And then to tease, next episode we'll be talking about Ismahawk. So let us know what episodes you think/want Ismahawk is going to do.
Yeah, post a community tab so that way the message can be more spread out.
Yeah, that's probably not a bad idea. I should do that. So okay. With that in mind, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If we really did do that bad of a job debating Among Us versus Fall Guys, please forgive us. We are very tired.
Yeah. Here.
We're having a great time. We're all here for we're here for the long haul or not at all.
Agreed.
Indeed.
But we are very tired. We need a break. So thank God that this is the finale somewhat. So yeah, thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and we will talk to you all in the next video. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye. Amogus. I don't know if that.